Hello, YouTube. Welcome to another professional, top tier game dev live stream where we first have to wait for Kick and Twitch to start up, and then we can say good morning to them as well. Yep. So now we wait and we give it a second. As any moment, it's gonna, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, welcome to today. That is the funnest day of the week. Monday fun day. Sammy, congratulations on first. You'll have to show me how to play it. Listen. Today we are locking in. We are locking in today. We're not deadlocking in, we're locking in. Good job, Kavino, you got that right. That's what we're doing today. As we can see, we got a new push. A new pull, a new, what do you call it? A new commit, a new fetched origin, whatever you call it, we got it. And that's these things. Looks like Ika, while we were sleeping, Ika cooked up some more top tier models, more professional things. These are gonna be the pads that we use for readying up the game. Ooh, fancy. It's called the Ready Platform. Let's check it out. So we got a Ready VFX. Cool. And then with the little platform, we got a collision shape here. Looks like a little custom collision shape. Can you fetch? I fixed something. But I was just about to do things. Now I fetched. Boom. Reload. Holy moly, there's a lot of them. All right, so now we got a whole bunch of them. And a floating box. Done play. We got a floating box. Interesting. Where was I? What am I looking at? I broke things. Okay, don't save that because it looks like I made a change. I'm going to discard changes, refetch, do that. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'll fix that. No, it's fine. It's just a box. It's just a box. You know, that's not a fix. I need it fixed right now thing. All right, let's check it out. Private. Boom. Wait for it. My volume's super loud. I was just oh! It just already works. Nice. Do you just like slam the code in and get it working? I like that. I like it. You just stuck it already in. Woohoo! That makes life so much easier. All right. I was prepared to spend a whole 2 minutes on this. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Look at that. What? I do need to fix the code in this though, because the timing in the tween, like that looks a little weird. It looks a little weird. So I do need to fix the whoosh, 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 that thing, the text. I definitely have to fix that up. But besides that, it's looking good. Basically change material override on it. Didn't delete it though. I just commented it out. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, the material thing was purely just as a placeholder. That's all it was. And Ika with that 20 stream streak. Holy moly. Let's go. That was weird. Oh, all the scenes. It's doing that thing where it makes every scene the scene. We need to reload this. Ika, congratulations on second. There we go. So this morning, by this morning, I mean, approximately 6 minutes ago, I was just like blasting a random playlist on YouTube, and then all of a sudden it turned into like country music, and I got the little bit of the country vibe back. It was pretty good. I forgot how much I enjoyed country music when it's like warm and sunny out. It's good. It's good. By the way, you can change the color of the platform. Let's see. Boom. Let me do this first. Grab a material. You had old mesh. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't care about that. You can just delete that. What do I need here? So in the toggle ready, you just put the ready VFX. Cool. Actually, you want to see a really cool way to do this, Ika? A really easy way to do this, actually. Or not easy, but like better way. You ready for this? It's pretty crazy. So instead of doing an if-else statement, all you have to do is ready VFX dot visible equals is ready. Because all that dot show and dot hide does is it just triggers a boolean for the visibility. So it's literally doing ready dot VFX dot visible or ready underscore VFX dot visible equals false. This one's doing ready underscore VFX dot visible equals true. So it's a boolean anyways. So you just set it to the bool, and it saves you 4 lines. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, you also don't need the pass. That's fine. I think I had it. I might have had it in there already. Stuff like that. But it's a neat little trick. I thought you were gonna use a ternary. I was going to, Sammy, but then I went to go like type it in my mind first, and I went, wait a sec. I don't even need that. I just boom. Game Devil, congratulations on 3rd. But yeah, super easy. Super easy. Oh my lord. Where was I? Oh yeah. So next, what I wanted to do is I'm gonna fix this material thing, because this was just a placeholder. That's all it was. We don't need that. Purely a placeholder. I probably don't even need the mesh either, honestly. So we're gonna delete that. Boom. There we go. We could keep it as a on ready. It does. So this doesn't even matter. Like, this is the thing I'm trying to figure out is, would I rather use an on ready versus an export? Munglo is saying if you're instantiating things a bunch, then you should. We don't really instantiate things a bunch, or these things don't get instantiated really. I mean, they do once when you create the scene that they're in, but on ready is probably the best here. I still don't quite understand the subtle intricacies of when to use on ready versus when to use export. No idea. No idea. All right, so let's see here. I don't need this anymore, but I do need to get the timer stuff. So let's see. Use neither and quit making the game. Go touch some grass. Game Devil, I touch grass, okay? I touch a lot of grass. I went the other day, I went outside and I hiked 2 miles. That's right. I went on a little sunset hike, watched the sunset going down by the water. Bam. I touch grass. Grass equals Cavino. My hair's looking like grass right now. You know what I mean? I need to get a haircut. But yeah, no, I go outside. I touch grass. Okay, so what I need to do is player request ready when the body's entered. Player request unready when we do it. On the unready, what I should do is I should check if the timer is going down here. Check if timer is going down here. So then that way it just immediately cuts it. Because we're doing, like, I started writing this timer at the end of the stream last night. And I always notice that the code I write towards the end of stream is so bad. So bad. And I don't get why that happens. It's like the brain just starts turning off. Doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do here is I could just call a function on all the players. Because you're working for near 6 hours, that's why? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, but the thing is, it's like, it feels weird because doing game dev or like programming stuff like that for 6 hours, that can be rough. And then you add the additional stuff of streaming. But streaming, I feel like I could do a lot longer than 6 hours. Like, I feel like I could. It's a strange feeling. Very strange. It's like physically, I feel like I can go do more things. But mentally, it's like, nah, I can't. It's very weird. Very, very weird. Ow. Ouch. Let's see here. So, in here, I do have a begin countdown, which is just tween callbacks, which I could just reuse this instead of putting it on the lobby. I could. That's because you can just live your life, but camera's on you. It's basically no difference. There's basically no difference. Also, cooking with Kavino when? It's a good question. At Namo, how do I say that? At Namo Overflow. At Nom Overflow. ATMO at Nom Overflow. I'm just gonna go with that. At Nom Overflow. Thank you. That was rough. Take a break in between. There is no like in between though, you know? Once we start, we start. Cooking with Kavino is coming soon. TM soon. We'll have another episode of Cooking with Kavino on potentially. I don't wanna spoil anything. I don't want to like get anyone's hopes up, but potentially we could do something in July. Potentially. We'll see. We have to see how it all works out. See if I can find a kitchen to use and that kind of stuff. But potentially. TM. Hello, Miku. It's going good with stopping vaping. Today passes 1 month since the last cigarette. Woo! Let's go. That's awesome. That is phenomenal news, Miku. Good job. That is phenomenal. All right. Game dev. We're locking in today, folks. We need to get this game in a playtestable state, another playtestable state, before end of day tomorrow. That's the goal. Yep. That's the goal. So let's see here. We could reuse the player-based countdown. This is on each individual avatar. What I did last night was I put this timer here where we're just turning the process on and off. Doesn't feel good though. Cocaine time. Yeah, that's not gonna last long enough, Beatus. That would last like, not that I would know. It would last like 2.5, 3 hours-ish. Sometimes shorter, sometimes longer. It really depends. It's not gonna last the full 6-hour stream. That's the big thing. And then the crash is gonna happen, and then we don't want that. So instead, we use the next best thing, caffeine. Yep. Who even needs a nose anyways? I mean, you could eat it. The stock market or housing, the housing crash. I don't know about any of those. I don't even think I own stocks anymore, actually. I think I sold them all. Yeah, I sold all of them. I don't think you can put it in any orifice without it falling off eventually. I think that's a good point. That is a very good point. I want to build a tiny house. That sounds pretty cool, actually. All right, so this that we're looking at right now, disgusting, terrible, bad. This was written right before the end of stream. Not good. I was once fed caffeine pills to an extended family of jumping spiders. That was a party? Wait, you fed caffeine pills to jumping spiders? That sounds absurd. That sounds absurd. All right, let's see here. Yeah, today, this morning's been a weird one. I rediscovered my enjoyment of country music. I went down an existential crisis of the world and the universe being proven to be a video game. And And then, or plausible, sorry. Plausible, not proven, but more than plausible. Plausibility. And then the effects of that, of being a game dev and doing stuff like this. Pretty cool. Now we do game dev. Okay. You know Dave Van Ronk? He's my favorite American classic. I don't think I do. Doesn't sound it doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell. No, I was listening to like mostly the newer country stuff. Because it was just like a random YouTube playlist that went off. Yeah. Green Green Rocky Road. Green Green. I don't know that one. Yeah, I don't think I know that one. Okay, so triggering a countdown. What needs to happen here is when we step on the new pads, the ready up areas, these guys, when we step on them, they of course turn on their VFX, but we needed to send a signal to the player manager requesting that player is ready. So the host understands, gets it, and goes, okay, boom, player's ready. And then we'll check if all players are ready, and if so, boom. New country. What about working oil rigs and like stuff like that? No, like the dirt road, a pickup truck, brand new pair of jeans, and a pickup. that kind of country. Just all sorts of, oh, and don't forget the beer, lots of drinking. That stuff. Yeah, it was like the what was it? It was like the Luke Combs. I can actually just look at the history. Wait. History? It was the Luke Combs and what's his name? No, it wasn't the Achy Breaky Heart. No. It was what's his name? Post Malone. Post Malone's country thing as well. Yeah. I got my dog drinking beers in the back of my Chevy. All right, let's see here. Okay. I still think I like the I think it's more folky than country, but The Gambler is really good. I like that song because that one also has like a good meaning to it. I think it pertains pretty well to game dev. All right, let's see. So we handle the request, and then during this, the host will check if everyone's ready. If so, it will send out the signal to start the match. When we're unready, though, maybe I send a signal, another signal, saying that we're not ready. Maybe that's the play. The best country singer ever died last week, David Allan Coe. That one sounds very familiar, actually. Yes, he does. He looks familiar. What was his top songs? Long-haired redneck. This is just a game. All right, let's see. We're gonna do this. I think we're gonna send a signal. Yeah, we're gonna send a signal. Unless we already have a signal in the player data for the ready change. I don't think we do. But we might. Ready to start? Oh, we do. Set ready. Interesting. So then set ready does emit the data change signal though. Ooh. Yesterday I stopped vaping for 5 hours. Nice. Yeah, so we do get a data change signal already. I don't need this much information though. And then if this goes off, then we're just gonna get the signal connecting a bunch of times. So maybe it is more worthwhile for me to just do a different signal. Yeah, it might be. Potentially. Data change.emit self. Yeah, no, I don't want that. I don't want this signal because there's so much stuff that this goes with. I don't need it. Instead, I'll just make my own on the player manager, and then we'll go from there. So we'll say actually, what I could do is send the signal if all players are ready. If all players are ready. Oh, I need to do it before I set it though. So we do this. If all players are ready, then we will do players no longer, players not ready, emit. That's what we'll do. And then we can set it. So then I'll snag the signal over here. Signal, players not ready. Yeah. And then we'll do it on the lobby. Lobby scene. What is this? That's just our temporary buttons. We don't care about those. So in our lobby UI, what I can say here is player manager dot players not ready dot connect on players not ready. Make the function that is going to stop everything. So func on players not ready. And we can say, all right, let's see. This is where we're gonna stop everything and reset the countdown. I could just straight up do reset countdown, and then remove the check here because it's already gonna go off. I could do that. But I still don't like the way this is set up. So what's happening here in the process is we're using the process as a timer. Stop everything and smell the countdown. I'll smell you, Brainoid. That sounded weird. Boom. Yeah, I don't like the idea of the process though. Because, I mean, it works as a timer and it goes down. Minus equals delta, but delta is a 1 second thing. So it needs to be like delta times 10. Oh, I guess 1 second. So it goes off every 1 second. And then it triggers here, trigger countdown, where we turn the process back off. I also don't think it's good though to keep turning on and off a process. Usually when you turn on a process, that's when the biggest spike you get happens. So I don't think that's great. Let me set the text. If the countdown is 0, then we'll start. I guess I would do this. Reset countdown there, start match, and then return, so it just ends everything, doesn't do anything else. Yeah, let's try that out, see what happens. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bop, host, private. Boom. Oh, it's starting. Why did it start? Interesting. Oh, because on ready, the process is already started. So I need to set process false. And now it should work. Boom, boom. Host private. I also think today we might be getting to sound effects finally. I think so. Because we do have a lot of sound effects we need to add still. 2. Okay, I don't like that. It didn't show 3. 2. Why is it only showing 2? Where are you? I don't really need that open right now. Lobby, UI. Because we start the process, trigger the countdown. Countdown minus equals 1. We set the string. So how does that minus 2? That means it's getting triggered twice. It must be getting triggered twice. Let's do this. We'll put a print in here. Countdown triggered. But I think it's going off twice. Which then leads me to believe that's going to go off more times the more windows we have. Or more players we have. Yeah. I think that's going to be part of the issue. Let's just see how many times it prints out, though. I'm pretty sure it's going to end up printing 2 times. Actually, it might even print 3. Maybe it's going to be one of those, like, 2, 3 things from the process starting on and off. Could be that as well. Triggered once. Huh. No, it is only getting triggered once. If you buy a bigger bed, you have more bedroom, but less bedroom. That is a very wise and insightful thing. Yes. I think you'd be right. Countdown's already starting at 4. Unless you're bedridden. That's true too. It still does 2. 2. Why? It must be something to do with the tween then. Because it's only showing 2. It's skipping. When we reset it, we do it here. Is it visible? That's the next question. No. No, it is not. This guy. Where do we do the tween, though? Oh, and then we await it after. Okay, that's what's happening. Good catch. So now, 3, 2, 1. Cancel it. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Perfect. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful. That works. Cool. So now we have a new way to start the game, which is pretty sweet. Those definitely, like, we most certainly need to put a sound effects there. So it goes like boom, 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 but slightly getting higher pitch and higher pitch as we go as well. Professional yoinking and multiplayer. What more could would men need to have in common? Exactly, exactly. This is a very manly stream. Yep. Let's see here. We don't need that anymore. Do that. That's good. Countdown is now fixed. Yup. And we say if the countdown screen's running, we just kill it immediately. Beautiful. Is there anything else here? No. I don't know why that's still there. That seems to be right. Sick. Okay, so now we fixed it. Countdown, timer, fixed. Actually, before I commit that, I'm gonna delete the these two things. We don't need them anymore. The temporaries. Boom, boom. And here we go. Delete. Beauty. Come over here. And temporary to do telephone, same map, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Loading screen. There is still that thing with the loading screen. We got to figure that one out. Boom. Countdown timer fixed. Now, the question is it obvious enough that the game is gonna start? That is the question. We might need to change the label and get that going. What up, okie dokie? Boom, boom. I was about to ask how you doing, but then I immediately answered it myself. You're doing okie dokie. If Apple made a car, would it have windows? Yes, I would assume. Yeah, so the question is, are these obvious enough to where we'd be like, okay, this is obviously gonna start the game? I don't know. That's why I was thinking it needs like a separate area. Oh my god, I keep trying to double jump. Question, what keyboard do you use? I'm in the market for a new one, but not sure if I want linear or tactile switches. So I probably wouldn't recommend my keyboard. I have a Corsair K55. I think it's too loud and the button presses are too big. As in like, you have to push down to really press the button, which is good for like me who tends to slam my keyboard a lot. What color? I have no idea. No idea. But I also like, I think the next keyboard I'm gonna get, or I would get, is getting like the silent switches, the ones where it's just like a little. I think that would sound better. Can you remove one keycap? Yeah. Do I have like a pry thing? Bloop. Let me see. Ooh. Ooh. No, I cannot. You usually have to press keys for something to happen. Well, yeah, but I'm saying like, oh my god, I cannot get this key out. It's not coming out. It's not coming out. Maybe if I do an arrow key, there we go. It's clear. Yeah, it's not like it's like the Corsair stuff, so yeah. Not the cap, not the keycap, but the switch under the keycap. Yeah, I can't pull that out. It's like built in. They're like it's like Corsair's thing, so it's like the opposite of what you would typically do. What color is it? It doesn't have a color. It's literally clear. Like the other side on the keyboard, it is clear. Because it's like Corsair's version of this. Yeah. It's not like a normal keycap where you have like the switch that like goes over the keycap. It's the opposite. Oh, you're still a dingus. Thanks. Good luck with getting it back on. I just did. Yeah. You just pop it back on. Boom. Because I've cleaned my keyboard every now and then. I take all the keycaps off. I'll put them in alcohol, soak them in there, wipe down everything. Because it usually gets really gross. Really gross. Yeah. Can I double my sins and give them to the next person? No, I don't think so. I think those go with you. That's what I hear anyways. But you can clear them. There is a thing to clear them. So you'd buy tactile switches next time. Quiet, but a bump. Yeah, I would buy like the it's like a mechanical keyboard, but they have like super silent switches. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. But yeah, the one that I have is just to press a button down, it actually reduces my typing speed because I have to push down to actually get the key. Like, yeah, it's weird. I can't explain it, but it slows my typing speed down. Because if I'm typing super fast, like going for a record on monkey type, my finger will hit the next key above as I'm like flicking to go get it. So that's not great. Yeah. That is currently tactile. Yeah, it might be. I called clear sins, but it didn't do anything. Did you install the install your Bible package? If you've installed that, then you can call the function clear sins. Yeah. I think it was with the not the, be careful though, you don't want to get the old version. It's the new version with the Jesus update. That one will clear them. You're welcome. All right, let's see. My repent function works every tab. All right, so what we need to do now is we need to with the Jesus update, yeah, it's version 2. Boom. What was I doing? I'm doing game dev, obviously. We need to go to Notion and we need to pull up our to-do list here and lock in. That's what we need to do. This is the wrong to-do list though. Do add to games, Gallant Golf. Oh, haha. Astro Yoinkers. There we go. To do. So the other big thing that I remember from the bugs actually was the crazy input lag. No idea how to fix that yet. That's gonna be a pain, an absolute pain. We could do a check version number. The black hole on the client doesn't show, but sometimes does. That is also due to a lag, I believe, because we're losing packets somewhere. I think, because sometimes it works. Key bindings menu is another big one that we got to fix. Let's hit play. And let's see what else we need here. So host, private. I think we might be getting the sound effects though. I think so. I've been wanting to not do sound effects until off stream because they could get annoying. That's what I am worried about. But also, I think that's kind of what we need for the playtest next, because it brings in that feeling, that life to the game. We do got the beam working. Yeah. I need a click. Wow, there's a lot of sound effects we need actually. That's really loud. It's on the lowest setting too. Huh. Huh. Are things outside occluded behind the walls? What do you mean by that? Are they occluded? That means they're not showing, right? I don't quite remember what occluded was. I remember there was something to do with it. but they are like all these asteroids you see there. That's just a flat image, not rendering behind walls. Oh, I think they are actually. I think everything's rendering. And that was another thing I was gonna do actually for the lag stuff for optimization. Was there's a thing I can do where it will only load the stuff that you see on camera. And I think that's what I was gonna do. I think it was a oh, what was it called? It was a Node 3D. Turn on overdraw mode in the 3D view. Like when I'm playing the game. Overdraw in 3D view. No, it wouldn't be in the game then. It's probably in here. 3D. In the engine. I've never heard this before. You don't need to make it more complicated. The game is ready, just release it. The game's not ready, Miku. The game is not ready. I mean, look at this. It's not, we still got the placeholder stuff here, but it's not ready yet, no. It's close, it's close. Editor has 100 different display modes. I didn't even know this. Yeah, what is the overdraw? I don't think I've seen this before. Click on perspective button. And then overdraw, make sure I didn't miss it first. Doppler. And then I don't see it in here. Display, oh, display overdraw. Whoa. What is that? I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at right now. Oh, I'm looking at the shapes. Like those are the flat shapes for the asteroids. This is kind of cool. What the heck? What is like the purpose of looking at this? You're looking at you're looking at the engine rendering everything, even the things behind other things. Oh. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. So then I guess the question is, how do you turn off the things rendering behind if we don't want to see them? Like, for example, if we look straight down, we shouldn't be seeing this floor stuff down here. And my thought was it was a Node 3D we used in Realm Rapture. It was the, I don't think it was the occluder instance. Oh, maybe actually. On-screen notifier, yeah. Luckily your asteroids are only a few big squares. Yeah. What up, Jax? How you doing? What's up, man? Life sucks. You know, Jax, that's how it goes. Life sucks, then you die. There's another thing that you should also use. Ah. Okay, so we need to use the occluder instance and the on-screen notifier. Occluder instance plus on-screen notifier. Man, identify as a trap. I don't know about that anymore. I used to kind of say it, like, think in my mind like, oh, 9 to 5. But then I realized I work like a 7 to 9. So I'm like, that's not, it's just, I'm working more than a 9 to 5. So it's like, I don't know if I would consider it a trap. I think it works really well for a lot of people nowadays. On-screen thing is more for entities. You don't want something to do something if it isn't on camera. Ah, okay. So what I wanted to do is actually go to the Godot docs first and take a look at everything. I don't think we're actually going to need the on-screen notifier. What is it called? I hate this search. Is it not called the on-screen notifier? Visible on-screen notifier. Why couldn't it just get it? And then we lose it. On-screen. It takes caps too? Am I going crazy? It's literally in the engine. Yeah, but I wanted to like just pull up the full thing. Look at this. Visible on screen notifier. And if I do visible on... Why are you alt tabbing? There are no full things. Like, I'm talking about like this. Like the... I want to see the 3D one, but... I guess, yeah. It does just open the docs, doesn't it? I guess like the description is the docs. Yeah, the fullest thing is in the engine. Ah, I always thought there was something else added. All right, let's see here. A box-shaped region of 3D space that detects whether it is visible on screen. Represents a box-shaped region of 3D space when any part of this region becomes visible on screen in a camera's 3D view. Okay. If you want the node to be enabled automatically when the region is visible on use screen enabler 3D. There's awful tutorials on the page that you shouldn't follow. That is a concern, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Let's see. So... yeah, it looks like it's mostly for entities. Would we want to do this for our players? Maybe that would be easier. But then again, if you're re-rendering a player, maybe that would be tougher. Maybe. Probably not a big deal. You have 6 guys max. I think we technically have 10 now. Because when I was playtesting with a group of gamers, they didn't like the 6. They said they wanted at least 10. I don't know when they ever have 10 people, but I guess it happens every now and then, and it happens just enough to where it's annoying. They were saying it specifically for games like Repo and stuff, where it was just enough where it was annoying. So I said, all right, fine, we'll just go 10. And then that way it's like, you could still do your 3v3 and then have some spectators, that kind of stuff. Okay. Caffeine downed. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna need this then. But we are gonna need the occluder. This one? Remember, the only thing this thing does is tell you if something's on the camera. Right, and you need the actual notifier, or the whatever it was called, to like pick up the signal and say like, hey, render me in, kind of deal. All right, so let's see what this is. Occlusion culling can improve rendering performance in closed/semi-open areas by hiding geometry that is occluded by other objects. The occlusion culling system is mostly static. They can be moved or hidden at runtime, but doing so will trigger a background recomputation and take several frames. Recommend to only move the thing sporadically. for procedural generation purposes rather than doing it every frame. So I should use this not in the map, but use it in the lobby to make the lobby more optimal. Because the lobby's static and all of our things in the map. Yeah, in the map it's basically gonna be useless because it's completely open space, right? But in the map, that's where I want to use the on-screen, the enablers and the notifier on the asteroids themselves. So then that way you're not rendering the asteroids that are behind you. And that should save a little bit. Yeah. That should help. Big up, LT. Yeah. Will my want to vape disappear gradually if I reduce the times in between vaping? Reduce the times in between or increase the times? As long as you are gradually increasing the time between vaping, it will slowly go down. It's like working out, but the opposite, progressive. Did you make up my redeem from the other day? Yeah, that was yesterday. I walked for like, I can't remember how long. But yeah, we did. On-screen notifier. Target node to be automatically enabled. Do you want some motivation today? I don't need any of your motivation, LT. Your motivation is demotivating for me. Are we released and have millions of active players yet? Close. We got over 200 wish lists. I know that much. We'll give it to you anyways. No, that's okay, LT. I'm trying to work, you know? We want to get the game out, get it moving and grooving. You're doing really well. Keep up the awesome work. See, that one feels good. We need 29,800 more. Yep, we're not there. 200's a lot considering that there's 0 promotion. That's true. 200 is actually like a surprising amount, taken that we haven't promoted the game at all. Yeah. And for, I think it's been up for 2 months now, a month or so, month and a half, something like that. Yeah. As it's just from Twitch, right. And it's not even, we haven't even activated the actual target audience yet. That's the other one. Once we hit our actual target audience, then I think it'll start going up. I just need to focus up, lock in, and get the gameplay trailer. That's what I need. Once I get that gameplay trailer going, oh my lord. Then we'll do it. 30K feels very possible. I think it is. I genuinely think it's very, very possible. Is the UI gonna be uplifted or are you keeping it as is? I'd like to uplift it a little bit. I would. Yeah, I'd like to uplift it a bit. Let's see. When any part of this region becomes visible on screen, camera 3D view emits a screen signal. Screen exited. Use visible on screen enabler. Wait, if you want a node to be enabled automatically when this region is visible on screen. So I put the notifier on the object and then do that. Indeed. To be fair, on your first game, if you sell even 1 copy, is an amazing feeling. Yeah, I think it would be a really good feeling. Again, I'm trying, I have to try to, celebrate the small wins as well. I keep forgetting about that. Boom, boom, boom. Now, this thing needs to be kind of big, doesn't it? I made $10 for my latest game, which felt very nice. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna sell -10 copies. We get 10 copies refunded. So this notifier needs to be kind of big, doesn't it? What he's going to do on the asteroids. So the idea here is if our player is looking this way, then we don't see the asteroids. They're not rendered in. When the player looks at the asteroid, then they're rendered in. That's the idea. That's a default feature in Godot. It already does that. Oh. Oh. Then what is the purpose of the on-screen notifier? I think the most important thing 3D engines can do, actually. Howdy, Sakura. How you doing? That's, you know, I knew that. I did know that. I actually talked about it, too, like 5 minutes ago. With that existential crisis thing. What the heck does this do? We can do LODs on the level, like when there's a lot of asteroids, maybe larger maps. I think that would be huge. I think so. Because that is a very large concern, is if I turn on the small and large maps, or sorry, the medium and large map, well, we'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure it explodes. Pretty sure. Let's try it. Boom. Oh, wait. Select it. Large. And let's see what happens. Turn on wireframe display. I don't think I can do that from in the game, though, can I? I need to do it from collision shapes. Oh wait, no, you can do it in game. I did this before. Hang on. I did this before. It was, oh, what was it? I remember doing this. F9 to reveal cursor. Oh, didn't know about that actually. Oh crap, what was it? There's a way where I can run the game. I'm gonna find it. No. Unless it is before I start the game. Run the game multiple? No, we're not sure to do multiple instances. I don't think you can. I think display modes, the game running below 40 Godot cons is below about 40 Godot cons and Godot fests in the funding priority. Ah, that's weird. That's weird. I totally thought you could. We ran the game at some point. Oh, no. We did it manually. That's right. I had to manually go in, hide all the asteroids, and do that. Yeah. I remember doing that now. Okay, that's fine. I do want to play the game though with a large map just to see what happens. So we're gonna lag for sure here. I can't imagine a world where we don't lag. Interesting. Okay, so the large did not actually load in. There's a problem with my map settings and the procedural generation. This is a small map right now for the asteroid count. That tells me that there is something wrong with our asteroid spawner. Yep. Yep. You play it so well. I mean, I do have a couple hundred hours in this game. I would think so. I would hope I'm pretty decent at the game, you know? I would hope so. Let's see what I have in it. I have almost 10 hours in just the playtest. And that doesn't include all this. So let's go to the game, go to asteroid spawner in here. And then we have the asteroids, distance apart, set map size. In map size, we're doing match settings, map size, small. Map settings, map size is not getting set. It appears. So in our TV, in here, and then we go in here, what's happening? Crystals. Wait. Go to the top. Go to the top. There's a big one. We don't need the nodes. Fix. Oh, that's a fake to do. Jeez. Swirl box. Custom. Update main display. Okay. Hazard settings. That's fine. That's the process. We don't really care about that right now. Initialize buttons. Those are for the toggles and all that. We don't care about that. Open display. Close display. Main. If you in game dev as a small business, you could consider selling game keys, like 50 to 100 of them. This will attract achievement hunters and game collectors to potentially buy the game from Steam. Those are obviously not your target players, but they will positively affect your game sales. Your ultimate goal, business-wise, is to get your game approved and add trading cards. You consider selling game keys. Oh, you're saying like sell the individual keys outside of the Steam marketplace? But why would I do that when I just sell it using Steam's marketplace? Wouldn't it be the same thing? Makes no sense selling keys unless you're selling for cheap. Platforms like CD keys are selling keys on a discount. Yeah, they also steal them though. Because that's, I mean, I do look at Freedom Forge Studios as a business. Like it's very much a business. And I know that's like a dirty thought in game dev for some reason, but like every game dev is indeed a business person. Sorry to burst your bubble. But yeah. How so? I did buy a game from that and it worked. Yeah, they obtained them illegally. Why was it on the first pop-up? Because they pay for ads. Yeah. Map size is container. Bro's clicking the first link on Google. Can't trust nobody, yeah. Yeah. The first link on Google is a little trick. The very first link you always see on Google is an ad link. That's an ad. Someone is paying money to be the first search term or the very first thing on Google. Sometimes it will even say like sponsored at the bottom. Be like sponsor. That's an ad. I know about that and I don't press ads. Well, you do press ads. You just don't realize that they're ads. Sometimes. Dare I say. Let's see here. So, because the ads we click on are the ones that we don't even realize are ads. Where is this? Map buttons. You're missing out on a good emote, by the way. Oh? What's the good emote? Add this one. No. No. No, no, no. That's like the... No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. So map buttons is an array of buttons. Let's go to it. Which is in sub viewport container. We're in the wrong thing. You should be extremely careful and really read through what Steam tells you you're allowed to do. If you decide selling keys outside of Steam, by the way. Yeah, I don't have any intention selling outside of Steam. I feel like that's just like, save yourself the time and effort of reading like everything that you need to and trying to adhere to like their playbook and just only do it through Steam. The one concern is what they say about marketing, but I can't imagine Steam being like having any rules with marketing. Really? I can't imagine that, so I'm not as concerned. Map sizes, this is what I want. Match setting map size. Oh, we set it right here. You're absolutely allowed to send out keys for that. They want you to do that. Yeah. I know you can send out keys as in like, you send out a key to a big YouTuber, big streamer, and ask them to play the game, that kind of stuff. I know about those. I was more talking about, do they have any rules against like, oh, you can't use our Steam logo when you say wishlist now, and you have like their Steam logo thing and it says wishlist. I don't know their actual press kit. I need to double check that. I need to double check what their press kit looks like and like the things they allow us to use. So I don't know if they allow like their logo that says wishlist. That's the only thing. I think they do that. They do have that, or at least everyone else they have press kit with assets you're allowed to use. I'm sure they do. I just haven't looked. Yeah. No, I'm 100%. I'm 100%. That's fine. Oh, sweet. Yeah. I was pretty sure. I just didn't double check yet. I agree that selling keys outside of Steam sounds and feels disingenuous, but exposes the game to those who buy a lot of games just for their reasons. About niche Steam devs making a living off that. Oh, what up, Beyonce? How you doing? That is interesting, though. Now, I think I'm just going to follow. I have a general playbook in mind to follow, and I'm just going to do that. See how it is. See what happens. If it works, I'll talk all about it and be like, this is what we're doing. But yeah, we'll see. You'll learn as you go. Yeah, exactly. The main thing I'm looking at is social media marketing, and that's about it. Just stick to one path that I know about and go from there. And that's really it. I mean, technically I'm going 2 different routes, but you could say all 4. It's a mixture of all 4, but it's really the main one is social media, because you have like your, you have like cold, warm. We can do like affiliate, social, stuff like that. Yeah. He's doing the meme. What meme? You get some good gameplay footage and you will be solid. Yeah, I need to do that. When me and Wolford play, we can record some. That'd be sweet. Yeah, I want to get a big group together. Specifically, I need a big group of gamers that are going to be like loud and will express their feelings on the outside, because that just makes for better content to actually record and all that. Another way I'm seeing it is making a lot of small games to them, selling bundles at low price. Again, discounts attract a lot of people. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. There's a bunch of, or a couple little studios that just pump out little tiny games. The big one is why am I forgetting their name? They pump out like a game every 2 months or something like that, and it seems to be doing pretty well for them. But I don't know if they can last in the long term. They've lasted for quite a few years, but I don't think in the long run. I don't know though. I don't know. All right, but yeah, this is the plan. I'm just going social. I have a mixture of warm, of course, because like I know people. So if you know people, you just reach out to them. But I'm not, the only cold outreach I'll be doing is potentially if I come across a streamer or a YouTuber that I genuinely think would enjoy the game, then I'll reach out to them. I don't think that, like, I'm not just gonna reach out to YouTubers and streamers that are on that giant indie list that we have. I'm not gonna reach out to all those. I'm going for quality over quantity. So if it's the type of game I think they would genuinely enjoy, then sure, I'll reach out. Otherwise, I'm not gonna bother them. Well, if you're like 6 guys who are good at it, it's probably not a bad gig. No, it's probably not. I mean, it's probably a pretty fun gig, to be honest. Like, you get a group of 6 and you guys are just making whatever the heck you want. It's like having a game jam all the time. Just a bunch of different game jams. You're like, oh, I've been really thinking about pineapples for the past month. It's like, oh, let's make a game about pineapples. I think that'd be kind of cool. Is the lobby not max 4? No. No. The lobby is currently 10. But yeah, that's my marketing play right here. Is mostly this. Not this, sorry. Not this. Not cold. We're going social. Big social. Bump that up. Bada bing, bada boom. Only problem with the free team is you need the same vision. Free team? No. We're talking about paid team. So there's a specific studio. I forgot their name. They make little tiny games though. And they've been pumping them out like every 2 months or something. Every now and then one of their little games explodes and they have like a big one. And it's like a small, I think it's a relatively small team of Sock Pop. Yes, thank you. Sock Pop. That's what it is. And they've had some explosions before. Yeah, here it is. The Sock Pop Collective. There we are. Yeah. And they're just making a whole bunch of games here. I don't like their website though. I really don't like their website. This is very confusing. But yeah, they're just a bunch of little games that they spend like a month or 2 on, and every now and then they'll explode. I think probably just look at their Steam actually. But it doesn't seem like a bad gig. Like, yeah, they started in 2015, so it can't be that bad, right? 10 years is a solid showcase that what they're doing works. I think that's a very solid showcase. My only concern and question is how far can you actually, that's the game, Stacklands is the big one. My only question and concern is how long, like how big can you actually get with this? You know, I don't think Freedom Forge Studios could do this. 10 years is probably better than most indie studios. No, 10 years is better than most businesses. Period. Like, period. It's better than most businesses. Like, it's crazy. It by far destroys most indies. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Do what? Do it like Sock Pop does, where they make a game every month or 2. And they have a couple that just explode and do really well. Like Stacklands, Grun, Similand. But these were years ago as well. I don't know any of their newer games. Yeah. But you can see it's like once a month they're coming up with the game. Once every 2 months, something like that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'd honestly make a good game every 3 years, 2 to 3 years. I think that's tough. That's very tough. If I was a studio. Well, that's the thing though, Ika, is with a studio, you have to think about it in terms of like levels of studio that you're at. So for example, Freedom Forge Studios in its current, where we are currently, we can get a couple people and do like a little profit share type deal, but we can't be spending 2 to 3 years per game. We just can't. Yeah. Carpenter that tries to build 1,000 houses in 10 years is going to last longer than a carpenter making one house for 10 years. Yes, that is yes, 100%. 100%. But I would say, to also bounce off of what Ika's saying for 2 to 3 years, I do also think, it's not an exact analogy. Yeah, it's not an exact. It's pretty close though, I would say. I think you need to find the sweet spot between your studio and specifically who's working with you and how you guys work. Because if you have a studio that like does crazy things and is trying to, and it's just inevitable to do 2 to 3 years, that might be okay. But if you have like maybe a, what's the word? Not lesser experienced, but I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. What about a carpenter who's making stick houses every week? Carpenter who's making a good house, a good solid house every year. Yeah, I think the assumption is a carpenter that tries to build 1,000 good houses in 10 years versus one that's trying to make a perfect one, a singular perfect house. It's kind of that scale. But yeah, where Freedom Forge Studios is, we're not there. Yeah. I mean, making one house in 10 years isn't a good business model. No, it's not a great one. It can work, yes. Any business model can work. I don't think it's a good one, per se. Because you could say, like, oh, that one house sells for $1 billion. Actually, that one game sells for $12 billion, and it took, what, 6 years to make? In case anyone doesn't know, GTA. Something like that. So you could do like the big hits every now and then. You could do that. But in order to get to that level of doing this, you need a lot of income ahead of time. You need to be able to hold the people for 6 years, like hold the people who are helping and working together, hold the team together. That's a lot of capital you need. A lot. So specifically, it's $2 billion that you need to do this. Minimum. So yeah, there's a lot. From Software has like 10 games made in 16 years. Every game of theirs is absolute cinema. But how did they start? Is the other question. Yeah. Publisher / R&D department I work with signed me up to make a small scale game in 6 to 7 months. Regret saying that. That is pretty cool though. Every 3 years for a good game isn't a stretch. Every month there's like a new triple-digit million budget game you didn't know about they're making flopping. That's true. That's true. From Software made a lot of bad games before Dark Souls came. International meme. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's tons of games out there that are millions of dollars put in and then just flop. Like, what's the? I don't want to crap on someone's game, but there was a game I saw that's been worked on for 4 years so far. They just released a Capture the Flag game that looked like crap. Yes, I saw that one. It was it wasn't that I thought it looked cool, but was this no. This is Night Street. This is what I was thinking of. I was thinking of this game. I haven't heard great things about this game. It's Last Flag. That's what I'm looking at right now. Last Flag. It ended up, I thought it looks cool. It kind of looks like Fortnite, but I thought it looks cool. what I've heard is that it doesn't play cool. That it's not very fun. Yeah. If you think that looks cool, I mean, it looks like Fortnite. I think the cool might not be the word. Familiar is probably the word. The familiarity aspect of it. I think that's what I'm more going for. Is it looks familiar. They made like a robot something game. It was 3 games made very rapidly, I think. Yeah. That looks like Team Fortress, Fortnite, but paid. Kind of does, yeah. Kind of does. I've been really looking at the way that that Deadlock has been upgrading their aesthetics. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, all that to say, I think the goal right now is spend like a couple months, like maybe 3 months per game, 4 months, maybe push it to 6 per game. But I think 6 needs to be like a maximum, unless we have a killer idea and we have like multiple people working, like 2 artists, 2 programmers kind of deal. Then we could extend it to like a year for like a killer idea. But even then, I think we need to stay smaller right now, build up that skill set, hopefully bring in some revenue so then we can actually afford to bring in more and more people. And then I'd really like to try to run things a little bit better in terms of, I like the idea of what Valve's doing, but it's only sustainable for Valve, not sustainable for anyone else. But I like the initial concept of it, where it's like, work on the thing that everyone's excited about, because what that leads to is everyone just adding in these like little bits and pieces to the game that like brings it to life. Deadlock, which yes, I would say I very much like that game. Deadlock, if you look at it, you can tell that they really like the game, that like the developers are loving the game, because they add all these little tiny things that are completely unnecessary. Like in the lobby, they have like a little hole for Rem to go through, and then it like goes to his bedroom with things and stuff, which I think is an amazing addition. They have pictures on the walls of like the ancestors of all the characters. Does nothing for the game, but it's still like, it brings it to life. You need money and extremely experienced people for the Valve model, yes, but gameullarity, I think they can be an inspiration. Yes, I think so. Deadlock is crap, by the way. Ironic, it takes the best of Dota and the best of a hero shooter and then just goes boom. Boom. What do you mean Deadlock is crap? That's crazy. Takes the worst out of all of them, actually? You think so? Why don't I see? Ironic. I thought you would actually like Deadlock, but maybe not. Maybe not because of the shooter aspect of it. Yeah, maybe not the shooter aspect. You're more of a I want to click to move kind of fella. Nah, I like to run around and slide and jump and bounce off walls. I like that. All right, where was I? I was doing the map size. That's what I was doing. Wait, you like Deadlock? We couldn't tell. Yeah, I have too many. I looked at my hour count in Deadlock and I'm like, I need to calm down. Yeah. And he hasn't played Spider-Man games. Me? No, I haven't. I have not. Why do you guys think Deadlock's crap though? I think it's such a good game. I think so. I can see it. Well, I think the biggest hurdle is any game like that is the knowledge that you need to have of the game. Like, before you even start understanding the game, you need to have like 50 hours in the game just to begin to understand it. But that's pretty similar for all games like Dota or League, that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's just a shame that all the work and effort and talent is going into a MOBA shooter. It could have been a good genre. But what about it do you think is bad? Like, it seems pretty good. I'm enjoying it a lot. They're taking that beautiful movement that they have. It feels good to just run around in circles. Like a turn-based single-player RPG. Ironic. A turn-based single-player RPG. Really? I don't... No. It's not anything we haven't seen, and that's okay. That's a fair point. That's a fair. Bro, like the Expedition 33. I mean, I've heard great things about that game. Those turn-based single-player RPGs aren't for me. No, not for me. But I do agree with it's nothing we haven't really seen. Something like Disco Elysium, with some fun strategy game in it. That's the thing, though. I don't think single-player strategy games are gonna be like the future. Because if you have to look at what Valve's trying to do with Deadlock. I mean, they're trying to do another multiplayer game. But we're seeing like an epidemic, if you dare call it, of like loneliness. And so where do lonely people go naturally? You start gravitating. Oh, let's go this way. You start gravitating towards multiplayer. Because we're staying more and more in there. Yeah, normies gravitate to that. Yeah. I think, yeah. Because all the other normies are gravitating towards it. But normies are also, like, dare I say, let's say 60 to 80% of the population. You know? Are you a sheep or a wolf, Kavino? I'm a wolf, ironic. I'm a wolf. It's called herd mentality. Right, but like, I'm always saying to think outside the box. Yeah, I agree with that. Stop trying to adapt to the market. No. Are you the lion or the or the prancing, jumping, scared gazelle? I'm the lion, ironic. I'm the lion. But as a lion, it's gonna sound weird. As a lion, isn't your goal to get the gazelles? Isn't that your goal? Nobody knows what a gazelle is. It's like a little deer. It's like an African deer with the giant antlers. Yeah, nobody? Everyone knows. Everyone knows what a gazelle is. That's my gazelle. You didn't get the reference? Oh no, I didn't. But like, isn't that like, I guess you could niche down though. You could niche down. That is a good point. And maybe that genuinely might be the play for what we're doing. Is we stop going for this. Howdy, Ryan. Is we don't try to hit this market, and instead you go for the ironics, I guess you'd call them, which is the 20 to 40%. And maybe that is the play. The only problem with that is, in order to hit this niche, I feel like you need some, like, way more skills than hitting the normies. Because these guys have seen everything, have done it all, and they're looking for a new experience. So how do you... That's a tough one. Yeah, I think that's super interesting, though. Super interesting. It's a 4-foot kangaroo. What is this? Booking.com. Thank you. Kermit the Frog. Oh. If you want to compete on the same battlefield as Valve and Blizzard and Rockstar, that's your wood chipper to jump into. Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. we will 100% be competing against them at some point in time. 100%. And no, Eco, we are not there yet. We are not there yet. But at some point we will. And when we do, we will come down with them with the full weight of professional game development and absolutely crush them on the field of battle. Because we are the lions. We are the wolves. But yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So I think it does make sense to go for that niche. It's just the requirement for that to like hit that niche properly. I think it requires like the best of the best, doesn't it? Because you see that niche has seen everything, have played everything. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know how to do that yet. We'll see. You mean multiplayer or single player? I meant single player, like what you're saying, like the games that the non-normies would want. Because I think going for a game that the non-normies would want, that does make more sense. You're no longer competing against Valve, Rockstar, Blizzard, all of them. You're now competing more in the indie space, I guess you would call it, but with that, I don't know what the words are I'm trying to say. But even, I mean, I'd like to put multiplayer into it. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. I don't have any ideas that like jump out to me for like a game that niche would like. I only know about the normies because I myself am a normie in terms of the like gaming. I like Deadlock. I like playing, like I like Siege. I like WoW. I like Ark. I like all those kind of games, which is tough. Yeah. I think those niche audiences are quite large on Steam. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're as big as the normies, but they are definitely large. Normie detected, opinion rejected. All right. But yeah, I think, I don't know, I need to get into those games to really have a better idea. It's just I've always liked playing the more normie games. Wait, where's the map size? You should start playing good games. I do play good games. Deadlock. Deadlock's a good game. What's that other game called that was pretty good? Have you played Red Dead? Yeah, of course. You see the top 25 to 50 games mostly being multiplayer live service slop. Doesn't mean there's just crumbs below for single player flops. It doesn't mean there's just crumbs below. Right. No, I completely agree with that. Completely agree. Like, it's still a big number altogether. This is the one. How many dudes? I played this game a lot. Almost 10 hours on this game. This is a good game. This one was fun. But it was also, it got to the point where like I've seen the game, you know? I can't stand clickers. This isn't a clicker game. This is just an auto battler. But the problem with this game is it got to the point where it's like, all right, I've seen it all, I've done it all, you know? And it's like, you know? It's good for when like my brain is exploded and gone, and I just need to like turn off my brain, maybe use it a little bit for the strategy aspect every now and then, get that little hit of dopamine. But it doesn't, I don't know, it didn't do it for me like these other ones. I like games which you enjoy playing after you finish, you think about it, just like movies. Yeah, you're more the like story-driven kind of games. Not in an addictive manner. Yeah. I think that like a playable movie That makes a lot of sense to me. A playable movie. Yeah. Like a game that actually ends. Yeah. Yeah, a game that actually ends. I mean, that's what Realm Rapture was. Is a game that actually ends. And I think that's cool. Yeah, it can be slightly enjoyed another time, maybe in a slightly different way. I could see that. The problem with those, though, is like it's stuck to single player. Man, keep sneezing. Talking about single player so much, it's making me sneeze. I don't think there's... I'm thinking if there's like a way to do a game that ends, but also make it multiplayer. I mean, you could, and then have slight variations on it. I just don't know. No ideas come to mind. Yeah. What up, gang? Today we're back at it with another Missile Interceptor stream. What up, All City? Yeah, like I played Life is Strange 6 years ago, maybe. Keep thinking about that here and there. Oh, so many co-op games like that. Oh, I guess like the bigger ones I can think of are things like Borderlands, where you can, or even just like the Halo campaigns, where you can play those multiplayer and they have a distinct ending, but you still like go back and play them again. Maybe you start off with easy, you switch to legendary, that kind of stuff. I could see that. And then also you start introducing like the speedrun people and all that. Takes Two and Unravel are the big ones as well. Oh, that, yep. The Lego games, those ones are always fire. Yeah, I liked those games a lot. You can like go back and like get the collection stuff for completionist. That makes sense. No Gorb's Ordeal, another one. You go back for completionist. It makes sense. Yeah, I definitely see the value there. No ideas just popped to my mind though with it. If it was me, I'd make a game that would make the player cry. I think that would be actually sick. Not the making the player cry, but it being impactful enough to do that. Yeah, that might be interesting. I have no ideas that come to mind though for it. But I do like that idea. You like a playable movie in a way. Yeah. I cried on Walking Dead and Red Dead 2. I don't think I've ever cried to a video game. Yeah, I don't think so. Don't think so. I'm not much of a crier though at the same time. Heartless. Hey, listen, Ika. Pokemon, the first movie. That one, I shed a tear. At the very end, I shed a tear. Yep. I used to cry when I watched The Fellowship of the Ring when I was a little boy. Nope. Nope. I haven't... No. Nope. For Hachiko. Yeah, no. I think that would be cool though. We make a game like that. I wouldn't be opposed. I'd want a really good story though. And I don't think I am capable yet of writing a really good story. I think I could write a decent one, but I don't think I could write a really good one. And that's kind of like the make or break with a game like that, if you go more in the narrative aspect of it. But there's other ways to tell a story besides telling a story. You need to tell it through the gameplay itself. Yeah. I have a story I've been thinking about for 5 years and discuss that later if you wish. Sure, for sure. All right, we need to do Astro Yoinkers though. The story-driven Astro Yoinkers, the game about the universe running out of energy and it being up to the Astro Yoinkers to go through space, collect the crystals, and save the day. Yep. So for some reason, it's not doing the sizes properly. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Because we have the map sizes. Where did it go? It was here. That's exclusion rules. Yeah, map size. I'm gonna do a small setter here. Like that. Yeah. I'll do that. And then also on the game, in the asteroid spawner, we're checking for the server. We check the map setting size and we match it. Oh, but this function only gets called in the beginning. That's the problem. That's the problem. So what I need to do is when we actually call this to spawn, we need to set the map size. So we need to find where we're actually calling this to spawn, which is asteroids generated. I think it's going to be in the beginning of the maps or the space map. I think that's where it is. Yeah, call spawners. Generate asteroids is what we're calling. Generate dictionary. Okay, so what I'll do here is I will just set the map size ahead of time. Set map size, like so. And now it should work. Yeah. Boom, boom. Try that. Let's see. Boom. I'm now thinking about just like what it would look like to make a more single player, story driven, almost strategy type game. And the more I think about it, the more it's like, I think you need a big team to do that though. I don't, because the timing it would take to make something like that is a lot. Like that's gonna take a long time to do. Even doing a campaign. Okay, we're at 21 FPS. Interesting. There's definitely visible lag. But it works now, which is good. Oh, yeah. So I need a way to stop this. And that's where I thought the on-screen notifiers would be good. Because you just don't render the things unless you see them. But then again, we would need LOD here instead. So that would mean that these asteroids back here would be less detailed. Yeah. That should not say 18 FPS. That's not acceptable. Oh, I completely agree. It's not acceptable at all. No, not at all. And so I think what needs to happen is look away. Yeah, it jumps to 68, 86, 89, 92. Yeah. You can't have 1,000 asteroids with no LOD. Right. So I need to figure out how to do a level of detail. Yeah, let's figure out how to do LODs, because I think that's going to be a huge help among everything. Boom. And I think that's also going to help our smaller stuff too. I think all I need to do is go into the actual asteroids. You can make them 2D even. I don't know about that one. Because remember, people are still using them. Like, people will still be swinging off of them. So I don't know if you could. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I forgot how to do this, though. I remember doing something. By the time they get close, it'll be normal shape. Yeah. So it's in the geometry instance. Flawed bias. So changes how quickly the mesh transitions to a lower level of detail. Value of 0 will force the mesh to the lowest level of detail. Value of 1 will use the default settings. Larger values will keep the mesh at a higher level. And what is this? That's just ignore culling. We don't want that. You have banana yet? We did. We did. The banana doesn't fit though. We do need to change that up. So if I change it to 0.5, is that just gonna work magically? Let me review it. You need my review. Okay. The only problem with it right now is that it doesn't fit. That's the problem. Why don't you put down one asteroid in a scene, see how it looks from different distances? It's a good idea. Well, I should be able to test it just in the editor, right? If I change the LOD bias? I guess maybe not. I mean, it looks the same. Oh. I can just barely... I don't think you guys can see this on stream because the way stream works. But right here, it looks kind of smooth. And as you get to around here, you start seeing some divots. Made the LOD automatically. Right. Okay, so we could try a bias of 0.5. Maybe even go lower than that. 2.5? Oh, whoa, that actually changes it a lot. Wait, does it decimate automatically? I don't know what it does. I don't know the inner workings of it, actually. Changes how quickly the mesh transitions to a lower level of detail. Turn on wireframe. Oh, I don't think we can. I don't think you can in Godot. In perspective, 3 dots. It's sun environment. 3 dots. Oh wait, yeah, we can. Wireframe. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. Huh. Dude, that's an insane amount of wires. What is wrong with you, Ika? Is it too many? Is that too many? Player's getting close to it, and you stand on it. I had LODs in mind when I made this. And it's a round shape. So if I turn this down, what if I change it like 0.1? I wonder. That's no moon. You're a moon. So if I just do this on all the asteroids, is that really all we need to do? Can I add custom LOD models? I think so. I think there's a way to. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure there's a way to. I want to see what this does first though, because we might not even need to. If I just change all of it to 0.1 on the bias. Oh, 0.1 might not be. We'll see. 1, 2, this one, this one, this one. 0.1 might be too much. Yeah. I think 0.1 is gonna be too much. But we'll see. See what it actually does. There we go. Visibility ranges are another tool to improve performance in large, complex 3D scenes. What visibility ranges can do in scenarios useful, blah, 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 how it works. Can be used in any node that inherits from geometry instance, okay. Not only for 3D, but multi-mesh. GPU particles, okay. But benefits of HLOD. Single layer mesh. Documentation for the win? Yeah. Setting up visibility range. You can fade objects too. Basic LOD system. So you add the node 3D. Assign a sphere. Meshes visibility range N to 10. Oh, that makes it disappear though, right? Adjust the following properties. Be hidden in the camera closer to the center. Yes, but you replace that with a different one. Ah. I see. Okay. So you could replace it with something simpler. I think I first want to check when I, ooh, wrong thing. When I put these biases to 0.1, this, I want to see how much this actually affects it. So before we were getting like 12 FPS on a large map. Let's see what we're getting now. I think we are going to have to go with that though, like to change it. Yeah, 12 FPS. Yes, indeed. Zoop. Set to the asteroid, do a square. Ah. Let's try it. You have to have a custom low poly mesh, yeah. But we also don't want it to be so low poly that it's like you're looking at cubes, right? That would probably look bad. You do want that? You don't understand? No, I don't. Okay, so I did nothing. Interesting. I guess it gave us a little bit more. There we go. We look over here and just jump up. Yeah, it didn't really do much. Interesting. I just died. Close ones look good. For the ones that have less detail will not be noticeable for a normal player. Every game uses that. 3D games. Yeah. Yeah. So that's probably what we need to do then. Oh. You can see this one. Look at that. Boom, boom. So I think my LOD on this is too low. Yeah. How many pixels are the furthest back asteroids taking up? It wasn't many. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I do understand it. Okay. I'm going to change I have to change the bias though to 0.25. It's like 20 by 20. Yeah. Try the visibility range. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. I want to switch the bias though first. Give me 1 sec though. I need to check on the words. We have ads coming up. I desperately need to blow my nose. I don't know what's going on. I feel myself constantly about to sneeze. It's horrible. So I'm gonna check up the words real quick. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. When we come back, we will mess with the LOD and the visibility range. Yes. All right. I will be right back real quick. Boop, boop. All right, I have returned. Boom, bam. Words off. Next. Oh, I didn't open up my bot. That's so awkward. Streamer.bot. There we go. So you have visibility range by hand on each child model for the node 3D. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And then it just replaces them. That should be good. All right. Soup. There we are. Ooh. So I'm gonna switch all the biases to 0.25 because I think that was the better one. It didn't make much of a difference anyways, but change all these. Unity has a similar but easier to set up. Oop. Ah, I did the wrong one on this. Huh. Interesting. I did it on this guy. There we go. And where is it? Can you test it now with cubes? Let me make those later. Okay, I'll need to make very low poly meshes for each asteroid. Yes. That's what I was gonna do. I want to see what it's like first. So we go to visibility range on the mesh, and our begin So what it was saying is that the begin is the instance will be hidden when the camera is closer to the center. Begin margin, alpha fade. Instance will be hidden from the camera further away from the center. So we want the end. The end is what we want, not the begin. So keep begin at 0. But the end is where we want to change it. So if I change the end meters to, I don't know, 50, for example. Ah, I get it. Yeah, end at like 10, Cubemesh begins at 10 and ends at 20. Right. Although we probably need to go further than that though, because the grapple itself reaches 50 meters. What up, Zart? How you doing? So I almost need to do 100. Yeah. Yeah, doing great. Tomorrow is the 20-day streak. Woo! Man, oh man. That's too much. That's extreme. You think so? I've never seen you grapple something that far away. No, the most we've ever grappled is 50 meters. Is that? Collision shape is unchanged. Right. But like you want to see the good one, right? Look how small it is on your screen. It's a good point. And when you're 100 meters away. Yeah. So maybe I do 51 meters away. Then it goes away. And then if I add another mesh, we'll call it test mesh, and we'll just do a box. And we can make it like 5 by 5 by 5. Visibility range begins at 51. Like that. So then when I go like this, boom, it switches to a cube. That's kind of cool. It's actually really cool. I don't know why this is cool, but it is. Yeah, that's the way. This makes more sense. Yeah, you can set a fade as well. Right. It was saying you could do for the margins, and you do the fade mode. So if I do like self and I do end margin, which is when it goes over or under. Oh, so now it fades into that. Oh. Yeah, so LODs are basically for optimization. Yeah, they are. Set it to 45. I think we want to set it closer to the end. Begin to end. Are you saying begin margin goes to 45 and then this one goes to 50? I don't think we want that. No, we don't want a begin margin Because look what the begin's doing. You don't want to begin. You keep begin at 0 because that's close up. We don't want to fade it when we get close. We only want to fade it when we get far. The other one needs to begin. Yeah, it has a begin of 51. But maybe I switch this one to a 45 because that's when it's fading. Oh, whoops. Wait. There we go. $40. No, it doesn't go away. End? No, because begin is how close you get. So when you get closer, it goes away. When you get further, then it doesn't come back until you go in. Then it goes away. Wait, let me pull up the docs again. Hidden when the camera's closer to the center. Margin is the hysteresis for alpha fade. Depends on the fade mode, which I don't have a fade mode on that right now. End will be hidden if the camera's further away. Use for far away transitions. Self uses that. Dependencies uses between LOD levels. Ah. So if we use hierarchical LOD, we would want to do this one. If you're having multiple. And then you don't have an end margin. We just turn that off because this is for far away, but we want this to show far away. We just don't want it to show close. So if we're around 45, it shouldn't show. And then 5 is the plus or minus margin from the begin fading in. And that's how it does it. And if I switch this one to dependencies as well, and then this, the margin, instead of doing 51, I should do plus or minus 5. Although that's a problem. So I need to change that. So if this is at 45.5, then this one should probably be at the end of like 46.5. But we never want that to happen. So to do that, this needs to be 46. Then this one needs to be 45. Or make this 46 as well. That's because of the margin that it's doing that. So if I do a margin of 10, that's when it starts fading. It's not fading anymore because it's, I guess because it's on dependency and there is no hierarchy dependency going on. So unless I do this. No, that didn't do anything. I think dependencies was right. I think it was working when we had it on self. I think we have to do some setup for the dependencies. Yeah. Yeah. Because now self is looking better. Change this back to 45. Make them both 45. And now it fades well. And these are going to be about the same shape anyways. So I would even probably want to make the margin on one of them smaller. Yeah. Make extremely low poly, one mid, one close up, which we already have the close up, which is this guy. So then Ika just needs to make a extremely low poly and a mid poly. Extremely low and then a mid. And then we're chilling. Okay. And then we still have the LOD on here, the level of detail, to do a LOD bias of 0.25, which I could even bring that back up to 0.5. Like that. Yeah, the lows can literally be an 8x6 edge sphere. Yeah. Something like that. So I'm guessing if you already have low poly style, you don't need to think about LODs. You still should. Because technically speaking, this is low poly. You still need to. It really depends more so from what I'm gathering is it's really not. Or it's no, it's not. Oh. What I'm gathering though is it's not low. Oh. Yeah. What I'm gathering though is that you should have it if you have a lot of things going on. It's also probably something just good to have always for optimization. Asteroids aren't, rest is kind of. Okay. So it's like medium poly. Low poly is what? Up to 10,000 or something? Up to 10K is considered low. Your asteroids would be sprites. Oh, no? I thought 10K was considered low per object, yeah. Am I not? Am I not? What is considered low poly count? Yeah. Google AI is saying between 500 and 10,000. Quite the range, yeah. Chart, how you doing? Welcome in. Depends on what, yeah. But that's what I've been going off of. Is like 10,000 max is considered low. If you're holding the object in your hands, so closest to the camera, then 10K is okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do this to, let's set 4510 on the end margin for all the asteroids and get them prepared. So LOD bias, we're going 0.5 on it. And then for the visibility range, we said the ending was going to be 4510. Yeah. 4510 self. 4510 self. Same thing here. 4510 self 0.5. Same thing here. .5. 4510 self. And then 0.5 4510 self. I get so excited when we like do these new things. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm getting excited about LODs, but I am. Scales randomly change as well. That's true. Again, is asteroid. Oh, wait, where are you getting the models from? Is it the Asteroids GLTF file, or do you have them localized? I have them localized. This is what it looks like. Or no, I'm getting it from assets asteroids rock1.res. Yeah. It's interesting to see you get excited about things literally everybody knows about. Well, this is, I didn't know about, I knew about it, but I've never implemented it, you know? I've never implemented it. And so now, like, my mind's racing with like times we could have implemented it. Like in Realm Rapture, when we were doing the one with the wolves in it, and how we had all those wolves, but it was still lagging. We could have implemented that as well. A little bit of a LOD thing. Because I don't think we did. Yeah. I want to see what this run's like. Yeah. I remember your wolves had 500k tries. And you put 500 scenes in one. Yeah. Yeah, for a mobile game. Listen, we were trying to add a hand warmer feature to the phones. I thought it was a good feature, you know? Yeah, for those cold days where it's like, it's cold outside, but I want to play some Realm Rapture. Boom, you get to go ahead and turn on your hand warmer. Boom. Hey, Kavino, how you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, Tolner. How you doing? We're just doing some optimization, some LOD, and visibility ranges, and we're still at 18 FPS. It did go up though. We're at 20 FPS now instead of 12. That's good. Huh. Interesting. It looks so more alive now, doesn't it? Look at this. Look at the game. Whew. But see why I'm saying like 50? We need to keep it at around 50. We actually are running a lot better now. I mean, very discombobulating. Because some of them don't show as squares right now. There's clearly something wrong with your game. You think so? I mean, yeah, even with this kind of level of detail, we're still at 30 FPS, which is kind of weird. Howdy, Simran. It can't be running at 30. I agree. It's definitely a step up. It's a step up. But there is something wrong here. It could be because we have so many asteroids. Start my first game today. Let's go. It's amazing. Was waiting for like a few streams. Totally see the difference. I like it. Oh, appreciate it. There is something weird going on. Maybe the fact that you have 1,000 rigid bodies is a problem. It could be. We were talking about that a while back, where even if you have a rigid body and you disable it, it's still doing a background check between like the collisions. So if you have two asteroids, which are rigid bodies, next to each other, they're still going to be shooting and checking for collision, even if you have them turned off. Have you looked at the monitors for physics calculations? Yes. I'll run it again, but it was, from what I remember, it doesn't show in the profiler. And I was talking, because we were talking to Munglo about this, and it's a background thing that the game does, or that the engine does, where it's constantly checking between stuff. It was something weird like that. Even if you have it turned off, you have the physics body off and all that, anytime you have an area or any kind of physics, it will still show. We're also on the largest map size. Okay, then this is something you should seriously think about. Your asteroids probably shouldn't even be rigid bodies unless the player's close enough and doing something to it. Yeah, I don't know how we would change that, though. Like, you have it as like a static object and then you change it to a rigid body. It seems a little odd. I don't know how that would work. Or at least they are in freeze mode. No, they are in freeze mode. That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about, is that they are in freeze. But even if they are in freeze, it still does this this thing where in the back end of the engine, they're still constantly checking for collisions, even though it's on freeze mode. It just doesn't react to it. It was some odd thing like that. Zero physics process, shapes disabled. Completely disable. Yeah, we could try doing that. But yeah, if we look at the profiler here, this is just when we started up the lobby. But besides that, it's down. We do have a frame time of 46, which is kind of bad. Mostly from our process time, it looks like. 102 on the physics 3D. Find collisions is a big one. Yeah, find collisions is huge. I don't remember what this. I don't remember what this one was. And this is the asteroid's physics process. We had it 211 times at 5.27. Now, is that 5.27 times 211, or is that just 5.27 for the 211 calls? Let's yoink. Indeed, Cake Hug. Indeed. You can just try to set all their physics parts to false and the asteroid ready. See what happens. Yeah, let's try it. I mean, you're not gonna be able to use them. That's all they're doing is the nudge to origin though. And the nudge to origin was the smallest thing right here, which was 2.55, 211 calls. Just turn them, just turn all of them off. So we know if it's graphics or physics slowing you down. Gotcha. I don't know if I turned the right session on. I did. See? All right. 2, 1. .30 FPS. So we did go up a little bit. We definitely went up a little bit from it. We're like 30 to 40 FPS. Somewhere around there. $53. 48, 51, 57, because I'm not looking at it anymore. 90, 100. Close it. And we got... I mean, it definitely helped. I don't know if this was the right instance though. Now I'm looking at it. No, it was. What is this? Scoreboard scene on the scoreboard canvas layer? That doesn't exist anymore, does it? Yeah, it doesn't. Let's get rid of that. Maybe you need a powerful PC. It's a quadruple A game. Yes, that's what it is, gamer. That's what it is. Back to the profiler. There's our find collisions. Find collisions went down. Of course. I mean, it definitely helped turning off, but it doesn't seem like it made... I mean, it made a 10 FPS difference. Roughly. Roughly. 5197 frame time. Every bit counts. That's true. 5197. So then how would we do a proper distance check and then turn their physics process on? But that's the thing, we need that nudge to origin always on anyways. Do you? I guess I could put a timer so then it checks if it needs to nudge to origin. Oh wait, I didn't turn the profiler on. Hello, game? There we go. You only do it every few frames instead of all of them every frame. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. Have it like a random amount of frames. Well, it actually didn't make... I mean, it made a difference for sure, but not that big of a difference. Close that. Yeah, it definitely made a difference. This game isn't so precise that every asteroid needs to be constantly calculated its physics. Right. What I could do then. So there's a couple ideas that I could do here. The first one, so nudge to origin. To add LODs, are you messing with the asteroids yet? Yeah, I'm messing with them right now. Let me save and push real quick before you do anything. Because I have quite a few changes. Asteroid stuff. Push. There we go. It should be fine if I mess with the script though. You want 10 meters for the first LOD? We could try 10. 10 meters isn't that far for this game though. Grapple distance is 50 meters. That's the grapple distance. So that's why I have the... You have to think visually. Is 10 meters far on the screen? Yes. 10 meters is pretty far on the screen. Second one doesn't have that much difference visually. Okay, then yeah, probably do a 10 then. Let me see. How to optimize a huge number of rigid bodies. Let me open this in a different tab. Boom. Infinite Coder! Welcome in. Long time no see. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? Boom, boom, boom. We're working on the #1 yoinking game in the universe. In the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out Infinite Coder. Infinite Coder, for those of you who don't know, has been here since nearly day one. Nearly day one. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Howdy, Nigel. We're working on some LOD stuff right now. Level of detail, plus trying to figure out the visibility ranges, how to optimize for a huge number of rigid bodies, stuff like that. That's what we're currently working on. Compiler dev forever. Sheesh. I've rated Kavina when FFS channel wasn't affiliate yet. That's true. That is very true. Very, very true. But yeah, we're working on the #1 yoinking game in the universe. You can now wishlist it. Boom. Available now for wishlist on Steam. Boom. There it is. It's a capture the flag in space, multiplayer capture the flag in space with physics-based grappling mechanics, power-ups, hazards, all that fun stuff. Yeah. So if you like fun, check it out. How much Steam charges? It's $100 to do a store page. All right. In other words, build your own spatial grid collision system on top of Godot's collision layer mask system. That is an interesting one. We have to do what now? Let's read what they did here to optimize for a huge number of rigid bodies. So working on Project Pit, where you have to make a lot of ducks and put them in a hole to make money, buy tools for even more ducks to put in a hole. Thing is, I don't really have a limited number of ducks or tools you can spawn that are all rigid bodies. They tweaked the jolt and common physics settings to make them sleep more easily, reduce the collision accuracy, no CCD, only one contact point. And what helped the most is using primitive collision shapes or combinations of primitives, which we do already. Running out of ideas to make it so the player can spawn as much as it wants. Of course, there's a limit at some point. My pool limit's is at 1,000 ducks, for example. But even at 300, it starts to tank the FPS. I was thinking of Performance Manager as an auto load, monitor the FPS of the time, each frame. Swap collision shapes, unique capsule box, reduce physics tick, maybe. Interesting. And that's all the ducks that they're popping out. That's interesting. Oh, I just missed a lot. I found Kavino when he had beef with Thor. I had beef with Thor. I didn't have beef with Thor. Oh, I did actually. I did. That's right. That's right, I did. Still do. One time or per page. Imagine your map in 4 quarters. Asteroids are only masking for asteroids in its quarter. That would make sense. You did. I need the story. I sent them a message and invited them to the birthday party. I still do, yes. I invited him to our birthday party. And on stream, he opened the message and closed it. Didn't even, like, he read it and just ignored it. Just ignored it. Crazy. That monster. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Like, who does he think he is? We were He was averaging like 10,000 at the time. I was averaging 8. Like, who does he think he is? Just crazy. Kids these days. All right, let's see what Lavish Behemoth says. Use Jolt. We do that. Use a single sphere collider for all ducks. Oh? Kavino going bald for 100 subs? That's true. That's true. Yeah, never again. Well, his father did work for Blizzard. That's true. That is true. Mine did not. Make sure you aren't applying physics operations in process. Correct, we're already doing that. Lower the physics tick rate and use physics interpolation. We do that. I don't think we lowered the tick rate though. I don't think so. Oh wait, I didn't pin the wish list. That's so awkward. Let's do this. Boom, pin. There we go. Now we have a nice pinned message. Make some of the ducks larger to fill up more space. Do it right now and test it actually. Lowering the physics tick rate. I'm a little concerned about doing that. A little concerned. Jolt physics. What if I run it on a separate thread? No. Is it common? Yeah. Physics tick per second. And you're saying switch it to 20. Licking the cheese off my cheese popcorn. Gross. I also heard he cheated his way up the leaderboard in Bear Attack Simulator. He didn't even touch Bear Attack Simulator. It wasn't cool enough for it. So let's try 20. I feel like this might cause a lot of problems though. A tick rate of 20. Markiplier unironically does that with Takis. Gross. Okay, I haven't really noticed anything quite yet. 2, 1. Bear Attack Simulator touched me in all the right places and I loved it. That's good to hear. I'm glad. All right. My computer's getting a little loud. It did appear to oh. I messed up. It did appear to help a little bit. Can't really tell. Problem is I also have some of these like just not as any extra things, so it just shows up randomly. I'm not feeling a difference lowering the tick rate, which is weird. I thought lowering the tick rate would make it worse. I'm not noticing the difference though. Dude, you're up by in the 40s now? Yeah, it's actually kind of going crazy. Like we're at 30 right now, 45. That's more acceptable. For sure. Not completely, but it's there, it's getting there. Huh. Appreciate the lurks, Art. Weird. Vino has to reach a whole nother level to win this FPS battle to be continued. No, it's not even that. We're getting there. That's interesting. If you do a thing where you have 4 to 8 different asteroid layers, it's going to be 100 FPS. By asteroid layers, you mean like the visibility range stuff? Like flipping them to lower level of detail stuff? know the physics. Oh, you're saying to like break it up and then have like only these guys do it, these guys, that kind of thing. Yeah, Northeast Asteroid, Layer 1, etc. Yeah. I have no idea how to do that yet. Let's see what they say here. So that's fine. Using Jolt already, change the number of salt, take it, blah, blah, blah. I'm using a capsule body for a spear and sphere for the head. Sounds good. Changing to a single would change behavior a lot. Take rate at runtime. Worth a shot. During simulation step, bodies are divided in islands. Each island consists of a set of dynamic bodies. It still detects collisions, even though it's sleeping. Changing at runtime for 2 colliders. 1 sphere would be noticeable change. Try a rectangle if you use a sphere. May roll around a lot. Huh. Okay. So now the question is, how would we actually split this up into those quadrant things? If you have any code that needs to run every frame or tick on every duck, it's currently GD script. Changing it to C++ will give you a huge performance boost. Really? So if we change our nudge to C++, it just works better? Because that's not necessarily a hard function to figure out how to write in C++. I mean, the nudge is just this. I don't know how that would work though. Like just turning it to this to C++. I don't think that would work just for that line. Well, they're saying any code that needs to run every frame or tick on every duck, change it to GD extension C++, will give it a huge performance boost. My guess is that the extension does funky things to bind the C++ functions directly, so calling something like that rotate actually calls the underlying function to rotate. C++ module would be fastest since it's direct function calls. C++ is compiled while GD script is interpreted. Interpreted language always runs slower. I don't know if you can do that though, like bits and pieces being C++. Howdy, the Captain Coder. Those asteroids look like Kellogg's Choco's Moon and Stars. So yummy. Never heard of that. How does that happen? The GD extension? I want to see what that is. Okay, that's not helpful. GDX extension C. I don't know what they're talking about here. Happy True Monday, indeed. Indeed. Best day of the week. Monday fun day, as they say. GD extension for C++. What is that though? Is that like you have to... I wonder if you'd have to do the... What is a Rust one? So there must be a C++ one. My thought is you might have to do a, like build out the engine yourself to do that. There's a Lua. There's Rust. Why is there no C++? What are we building the engine for? So what we're looking at right now is some optimization passes. And specifically, for our asteroids when we do a large thing. So what we're doing right now is we added a LOD bias, and then we added the visibility ranges. And what Ika's working on is a new model. So basically what happens is, as you zoom out, it turns into a different model. Zoom in, it gets to a higher level of detail model. And we're doing it this way, which is giving us a bunch of performance. And then we also went into the project settings and reduced our tick rate from 60 to 20. And that helped a ton too. So then what we were reading about is they're saying if you're using the physics function, which our biggest physics function that we're constantly calling is this, nudge to origin, which is in our physics process. We gained about 10 FPS when we disabled the physics process. And so what they're saying is to run this in C++ instead. So you write the function out in C++. And apparently that actually does a lot, supposedly. I don't know how you, like, we could write that. It's a small enough function where we could write it in C++. I just don't know how you would combine it like that. You don't need to use an extension. You make your extension C++ and it gives you your functionality. What? Generally don't, unless you're going to rewrite all this in C++. Right, but they're saying here, just write that one function in C++, and it should help a ton. Yeah. I don't know how you would implement a mixture of C++ and GD script though. Focus homework, you're right, Sakura. Don't do that? You don't think so? I'm gonna go on a limb here. You won't gain much performance by using C++. It's just from, like, my assumption is this lavish behemoth person sounds like they have a lot of physics knowledge. You don't know C++ and you don't know how to make it work in your project. I know C++. I can do this. Include IO stream. That's input outputs. We can do using namespace std, and then we do int main squiggle line, and then cout hello world \n return 0. Boom. You were saying? Forgot. You gotta remember, professional game dev over here. Assumption? Like, if you have a 600 line player script, that's faster if you use C++. That makes sense, yeah. I just set a constant force. Squiggle I mentioned. All you're doing is you have one applied force, which you shouldn't be doing every frame on every asteroid anyway. Yeah. I think what we could do, the easiest solution, would probably do instead of constantly nudge to origin, we just do like a await random amount of frames. So we could say like awaiting is worse. Don't await. So then how would you set it to go off a certain number of frames? Just use a timer. So I would make, you're saying make my own timer where it would be time minus equals delta if time equals 0, time equals whatever the number is, nudge to origin. Asteroid. It's asteroid. Oid. You don't want to run a bunch of math on a bunch of nodes every physics frame. Right. Timer nodes are gonna be more performance. You have a map node, make that countdown, not 1,000 asteroids. Ah. I see. Okay, so if I do... Well, I guess how would I call it to nudge then? Because the nudge needs to be in the physics process. So would I just be turning on and off the physics? No, it doesn't. Oh, so I'll just call this because it's applying a force. Yeah, a force is time dependent and meant to be applied every physics update. It's only physics process now because you want it to happen every physics frame. Doing one shots, you do an apply impulse. Oh. Ooh, okay. Okay, so what I would do then is on the map, time independent, yeah. Plane impulse every frame result in a frame rate dependent force. Okay, so instead we'd want to do, apply impulse, and then we'll go into the map. And we should add a timer node into the map here. Timer. And call this nudge timer. And ignore timescale. Auto start. And what? Every once, probably like every 0.5 seconds. It could even be less or more every 1 second because an impulse, it will still carry out. Then you have 6 groups of asteroids and you only do it to one group at a time. Ah. Did the game have bad performance? Seems like there wasn't many asteroids. So it has good performance when you're on a small map. It's good. It's not great. It's good. It gets to like 60. Or 80 at points, something like that. But we wanted to make it for a large map. If you have like a massive map, we wanted to have the same performance. And so this is just our performance or our optimization pass to actually make it run smooth. Yeah. It's almost like you chose the one game idea that would most likely have the worst performance ever. Listen. See, Sizzler. This is a good thing. It's a good thing because now what we're doing is we're learning and reinforcing optimization. And it's not like necessarily difficult. It's just a lack of knowledge. So this is good because then that means any game we make after this is going to be more performant, more optimal, because we're already going to know all the steps and we're going to add them in even if we don't need them. And that way we'll have super performant games. Yep. It's all part of the plan. You want to bind a function to C++. Hey, that's what Reddit said. That's what Reddit said. I say you like to overcomplicate things for a reason. There's a motivational quote somewhere about you must do complication to get to the simple. Complication is just a stepping stone to simplicity. Something like that. Motivation. All right, so nudge timer. I'll go into here. I'll grab this. Bloop, boop. And we will do in here nudge timer dot timeout dot connect on nudge timer timeout. He just always randomly picks the wrongest thing he's least likely to be able to do when presented with options for some reason. I just pick the things that I think would be fun and cool. That's all I do. The things that are fun and cool. Boom. And then funk. Okay, so what this nudge timer needs to do, before we break it up into our quadrants, break up into groups. I'm pretty sure if Ironic didn't convince you to not use C++, you would have gone down that rabbit hole. No. I was just thinking out loud. Now, if Ironic didn't mention to not do it, and then Nourish came in, then I would probably have jumped down that rabbit hole, because Nourish knows C++. And I would have just been like, Nourish, how do I do C++? That's probably what would have happened. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Nourish in like 2 weeks. What's going on? I know some C++, but I don't know how to use G extension. Yeah, I know some C++ too. I don't know the extension either. All right, so we're gonna break up into groups of asteroids. And before we do that though, and then we're gonna, of course, like loop through which group is up next for nudging. Make this a to-do. There we go. No source code is real fun when you don't know the architecture, you don't know what part of the language you need to use. Okay, so we have an asteroid spawner current, if I'm not mistaken, dot asteroids node. I think that's how we have to get it. Yeah, it is. Yep. So that gets the node. So what I'll do for asteroid in asteroid.nudge to origin. So we'll do that. On the timer timeout, we loop through all the asteroids and we nudge them. That's step one. Then we have to break them into groups and only hit up the groups that we want to do. Yeah. Especially the editor, everything is fairly intertwined. To fix one thing, you need to change like 10 files. Oof. But I think this is going to be the play. So then we have to change our nudge to origin. And all we need to do is, instead of apply force, apply impulse, and we have our force. So I think we just use force, and that's it. Yeah. Because then it won't do anything if we need this. So let's see what that does. Let's see what it does. Host private. All right. Zoop. Go to a big map. Zoop. And boom. 2, 1. I need to make that a little faster, I think. Here we go. Here we go. Moment of truth. So if I yank this, oh, I don't like that. Yeah, it's still nudging it for some reason. Like, why is that doing that? Overshooting, but it has a nudge tolerance. That's the thing. What is moving above me? Oh, that's that guy. Like, we're just checking the dot for a nudge tolerance. Maybe I need to increase the nudge tolerance. Yeah, everything, you look, everything's kind of shifting a little bit. It's kind of cool. Yeah, so it shouldn't even call it if it's less than the nudge tolerance, or greater than, sorry. Yeah, what up, Ghost Renderer? So what is our nudge tolerance right now? Nudge tolerance is 0.8, which is from a dot. Our linear velocity. Does linear velocity change when we apply a thing? What are you doing? I'm changing asteroids right now. Are you changing the script? Because it should be fine. No? Then yeah, we should be okay. But what are those cubes? Those cubes have been in there from the last push a while back. The cubes were when we were first testing the asteroids. Yeah. Yeah. Apply force automatically multiplies it by the delta, but apply impulse provides the raw force. You're most likely providing too much force. So then lower the force. I added the LOD first, but I can't add the fade. I'll leave it to you. Oh, the fade, you just do fade mode. It's right here. Right underneath, you do fade mode, and then you do self. And the fade mode is dependent on the margin. But I can do that. Doesn't work nicely. Interesting. Yeah, I can mess with that. I can do it. How much do we lower the force by though? What, do I just divide by 2? But I don't think this is it. Just lower the force weight. I don't think it's the force weight though. Because this shouldn't even go off if we're close enough. And so the fact that it's still doing that means that it's not close enough. We'll try it to 0.1. I don't think that's it though. Think of it this way. You're applying an impulse to push it one direction. Yep. Actually, I don't need a big map for this. Yeah, it's still doing it. That impulse may not apply inside, but still has that momentum. Ah, so it's... Right, but it should overshoot in that case. Because the apply impulse doesn't get called unless the nudge tolerance is hit. Unless that nudge limit is what it is. Which is the problem we're seeing right now. That's why it's jiggling. Because it's overshooting. That shouldn't matter though. Like it should, if it overshoots, it should overshoot. And then the next nudge that happens, it would come back. But our nudge tolerance, which is how much, like where it needs to land in terms of where the original position is clearly too small. So if I increase the nudge tolerance, it'll fix it. Watch. Actually, I need to decrease the nudge tolerance, I believe, because the dot direction is a 0 to 1. And if it's at 0.8, because 1 would make it closer to a right angle, 90 degrees greater than lower than 0 for angles wider than. So I need to make it lower. Or higher, wait. Facing opposite directions, 1. Linear velocity in the direction. No, maybe I do need to make it higher. Thought it was lower though. We'll try it. I'm gonna try it lower. I'm gonna try it lower first. I think it's lower. It also goes from -1, right? Non-zero chance that it's running. Dot's negative. That could be true. That could also be the case. Look at that. Yep, it was the nudge tolerance. It was. I knew what I was talking about. I had it in my head. I knew. Let's see what it does though. So I just yanked it. It's slowly nudging over. And let's see where it goes. There it goes, it's nudging. The other thing is that it's, when you apply an impulse, it adds it more and more and more and more. And now it goes back to wiggling. Ah, nuts. So we need it to like fall off more. Also print the dot. So if I bring it higher then to 0.9, and do the absolute value of the dot product. Yeah, we could try that. See what happens. One. Point two. Point two, point one. Yeah, it's still doing it. Negative. I have it on ABS though, so it is calculating the absolute value. But the absolute value is still less than the dot product, which is causing it to nudge. So 0.3, 0.2. Hello? I can't close the game. Uh-oh. There we go. Phew. I'll also just put ABS here. And if I switch the dot product to nudge tolerance to like 0.2, yeah, the print statement was going crazy. But if I switch it to 0.2, then it should just stop. Lot added. Mess with the range and fade. Sweet. I'll do that in just a sec. Ah, so now they're moving automatically. Because it's 0. I like that they're moving. It is neat, but the fact that they're moving means that we're hitting a performance issue. Yeah, do greater than instead of less than. Your math may have been wrong to begin with. I don't know. Might have been. Come here, you. Okay, it's going really fast. I don't like that. Does seem to be working though. It does seem to be working better. Yeah. That seemed to have done it. So I do need to reduce the speed of it though. Because applying the force. So if we reduce the force weight even more. Force weight's already super low, but I think we do it even more. Like 0.01. Because we don't want it to go back fast. We want it to be pretty slow. Let me grab these changes though real quick. Pull. And then nudge. It doesn't like that. Make your stream more active with bots. AI bots keep the chat alive. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I don't want that. That blows. Why would you want to keep your chat alive with AI bots? I'd rather talk to myself, honestly. Who needs AI bots? Viewers like ironic. Are you calling ironic an AI bot? That's crazy. Cries. See, we already got the best AI bot, the LT bot. So he's better than AI. Oh yes, all of you are better than AI bots. Calling Clanker a bot. Oh, thanks. You're very welcome, the latest Kate. You are very welcome. First time chat too. You want some motivation? I'm good, LT. I got all the motivation I need. We're working on the stuff right now. Boom. I gave you some earlier. You didn't like it. It was okay. You know, it was okay. You know, words and oh, my dog's barking. It was okay. Let me see here. So nudge tolerance, we reduce it down. Going crazy. Let's do. I should probably check the LOD stuff here. Oh, because it didn't do it. That's why the fade wasn't working. You didn't do a fade mode. Duh. Wait, what? You could just go outside, grab a furry ground rodent, and go for it? What? What? Usually I'm at, I am usually, whoa, I cannot read. I usually am a working lurker. Ah, well, I appreciate it. LT, take a hike. T, that's not motivation. I didn't want to. Then why did you do it? Boom. I chose fitness. I would prefer. I need to give you something. You could just say, good job, Kavino. You know, we have a leaderboard, LT. You can use the leaderboard and you can just say, good job, Kavino. I have some good news and bad news. What's the bad news? Let's start with that. Oh, start with the bad news. Whoop, 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 whoop. Leaderboard means no walks. Yes, sir. What? Leaderboard has walks. Leaderboard has all of the same things. All the same things. So I go down in the leaderboard. What? So I lose points? No, you go up in the leaderboard. As you spend points, you actually go up in the leaderboard. Yeah, you gotta take a hike for free. Something like that. Oh, I better do that. Exclamation mark leaderboard. Or LB for short. Bad news is that I hit all the models for the test, and I had 20 FPS on the large map, so no vertices were shown, but it was still laggy. Good news are that the LODs gave me plus 5 to 10 boost. Interesting. Interesting. We'll see, because that is not what I've experienced. We'll double check though. We shall see. Which is really confusing that you're getting such low FPS in comparison. Very weird. Wait for it. Okay, maybe this nudge was a little too slow. Little too slow. Wait, is that even moving anymore? Oh crap, I have to put the x-ray material on all these as well. Nuts. Wait, pull that a little. Okay, we pull it. Let's watch it move. The edge is right here. And now we let it move. Watch it go. Do. Boom, boom. Okay, yeah, 0.1. It's just not doing anything. That is not doing anything. Yep. So I need to increase that. But that was too fast. What if I bring the nudge tolerance back? Because right now, it is... Oh, wait, I still have the physics process on. That's right. Holy crap. That's why it was doing that. This whole time, I still had it on. There are 3 LOD messages, 50% mesh density, 25 and 0.07 for each asteroid. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, I'll get to setting up the margins and the fades in a sec. How goes the walk? Don't speak to me, LT. Talk to the hand. That's what I say. Let's see. Nudge to origin. If the dot direction is greater than, so if 0.2 is greater than 0.2, then we nudge. Let's try that out. I think you're being a little sassy right now. You want motivation now? LT, I don't think any motivation is gonna help me anymore. No. Not anymore. Boom. Host. Private. Because you know, LT, there's a redeem specifically on the leaderboard where you can do like a little good job, Kavino. That's motivation. That's like, wow, thanks. I feel so appreciated, you know? I prefer saying my own. Boom. Wait, yank it over here. Yoink it over here. Just make sure you, just want to make sure you, wait, just need to make sure you want it. Or more walking. I would not like more walking. Good job, mods. So that wasn't good job, Kavino, though. Got a 20k game jam on itch. What is that? So you want motivation? Sure, LT. What's the motivation? I'm ready for it. My knees are hurting. It's weird. It looks like it's working. I can't tell, though. You are the Kavino. You are doing great. Good job, Kavino. Thank you, Ika. And thank you, LT. think I'm gonna participate because 1, money, and 2, I have no motivation. 3, I need to have a deadline and a goal. Ah, have I traumatized you? Yes. Why are you scared of motivation? Because your version of motivation typically means pain. 20K. 20K is a pretty good motivator. It's a pretty good motivator, for sure. For sure. Okay, give me 1 moment. We're gonna chuck on the words real quick because I need more water. And I need to go, like, fix my knee. I don't know what's going on with it right now. Boop, pause that. Chuck on the words. I'll be right back real quick, and then we will do it up. Boop, boop. And it is ad time. Whew. Sorry about that. I had to let my dog out. Boom, boom. I wasn't going to, but then he was like, ah. Whew. My knee's still hurting. Oh, no, Ika. Kavino, your website be leaking random info. What do you mean, LT? What kind of info is it leaking? Kavino, you missed it. We 100% at a level. That would explain why we're on level 10. Go to your website, open the web console. What, bullfrick? Just user transactions? What do you mean user transactions? This website or the leaderboard? Take a hike. I'm already taking a hike, Wolfric. I just forgot to turn it back on. Oh, just trying to fix my knee. Oh, good job, mods. Bad job. I sent you. Good job, Kavina. Thank you, Wolfric. Oh, it's a leaderboard. And it's just... Oh. It's just leaking, like, what people are doing. I mean... Is that a big deal? Do we care about that? Nothing serious, but probably better not to console log it. Yeah. Yeah. I'll send it to, after stream, I'll send this to Sammy. See if, it's something. Alright, finish out these words, and we'll get back to it. Just in case you ever add anything that's a secret. Send what to me now? Oh, the website's leaking. It's leaking everywhere. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's probably better practice. All it is the image, this image LT sent me. Let me see. I'll pop it here just so you, oh, you can't see it because the words are up. That's funny. But no, all right, I'm turning the words off. The words are off. That's it. CSLR ruined. Ruined it. Ruined it. Nope, but this is what it is. It's just leaking the transactions that are happening. That's all. Nothing crazy. Nope. Nope. We're getting to work, folks. We're doing work today. Give me words. Nope. Nope. You ruined it. Can you put words on the top left corner? You guys won't be able to see it if I do that. Oh, what a shame. You already failed level 1. Drats. What a real shame. Do you guys also want me to put on like Subway Surfers in the corner? Do you need like some Minecraft parkour to go with that? Maybe some Reddit stories as well? Is that what you guys really want? All these brain rotten iPad kids. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I want some Cavino bedtime stories. Wait, would you do that? Can you? I mean, I can do that. Would I? No. Cavino would never cook like that, guys. What kind of stream do we want to be running here? That's the real question. Do we want the full brain rot experience? I don't think so. I don't think we do. Me personally, I wouldn't want that. That sounds horrific. Customer is always right. Except for when the customer's wrong. Customer equals chat. No, the chat is the team. That's what it is. Oh, there we go. Depending on who you ask, it already is. No. So this is my real talk. You don't know what my filter is to make sure this stream doesn't get too brain rotten? This is my filter to make sure the stream isn't too brain rotten. It's if Zed A. Shaw, the professional, raids in, then we know. As long as he's raiding every now and then we know the stream's not brain rotten enough. Because his stream's top tier for no brain rot. It's relaxing, it's nice, it's amazing. You hear his beautiful voice. That's my signal. So if we go like a month or 2 without him raiding, then that means we got too much brain rot. We gotta cleanse the scourge that is upon us. All right, so nudge tolerance. Also, just a little heads up. With this walking treadmill, I now walk at a faster pace now. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but... Hey, Kavino, can I steal your opinion? Steal it? No, but you can have it. No need to steal it. How does this look? Looks like a link. Immediate thought. Immediate thought. It looks like a robot from WALL-E. Because it has its little tractors and it drives around and it has its eyeball right here because it's Eve. That's my immediate thought. Yeah. That's the waist. Oh, okay. So this is the head. Is this gonna be see-through? Or is it like, this is gonna be like a red beam thing? So it's like the eye, how people see. Something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. The only thing that gets me with it is this is like a high-tech robot. I don't think high-tech robots have like a very primitive latch, like tank latch opening to the top. What I would picture is this is the part that opens, and it opens like a, and then you sit in and then it goes. That's how I picture it opening. That will open. So why do both open then? Why do you have two entrances? That would be my thought. To embark from the top. I feel like that's unnecessary. I think you could do something cooler to the top. Because getting in and out from the front just looks cooler. We don't care about practicality here. It just looks cooler, you know? Too small for ejection. We're gonna need to cheat. See, for ejection, I would think you would eject out the back somewhere. Like you'd have like on the back of this, you'd see like a little cautionary thing. And it's like, you can tell it's kind of like printed. So it looks like it's gonna like pop off and then the person's just gonna go. Yeah, that's the only thing. Like the top hatch is really the big one that gets me. Especially if this is already opening. I think getting in and out this way is going to be the coolest. Functional, it's not, but it looks the coolest, and that's really all that matters because it's a video game. I think at the top you could do you could probably do something else here, like a satellite or like poles. I don't know, antenna. Not sure. Also, if you want to embark while it's being serviced, top hatch is necessary. See, I would think if anyone wants to embark on it, it needs to like stop, lower down, and then open its hatch, and then you pop in. If it means anything, most Titans in Titanfall 2 have top hatches. I wonder what it would look like if you indented this in more. So it didn't like pop out, you know? If it was like more, you bring the spherical shape up to here or something. Or even have it indent so it comes up a little bit more. And then it indents down into this. Not too sure. But that would be my opinion. Purely an opinion. Otherwise from that though, I think it looks good. Too much like a bomb-omb? Oh, that's a good point. A bomb-omb. Wasn't even thinking of that one. Yeah. For me, it's the hatch. The hatch bothers me. That's really it. Of course, it's gonna have legs and stuff. And a waist. But yeah, just the hatch. Okay. But to find out, there's a grip handle in the back. Why are there so many handles on this thing? You don't need this many handles on a Titan thing. No one's gonna be grabbing it like that. How is she gonna get in? Remote control. Boop, and they go, and it like lowers, and then you climb in, and then boop. If I had riding Titans, oh, I guess. Put a saddle on it. Ride it like a horse. All right, so nudging to origin. I think this might work. I forgot if it did or didn't. Actually, before I even do this, I'm gonna fix all the LODs real quick. So, self. 3D. Cool. Whoa, what is this? Geometry is configured to fade out smoothly over distance, but fade transition distance set to 0, right? So this needs to be 10. There we go. Lod 1 needs a fade self 10. 10. Lod 2, 10, 10, self. Lod 3, 10, self. Hide the collision shape. That makes sense. I don't know why it breaks like this though. It's probably because of the fade. See that? That doesn't look good. I think it's because of the fade. So I might need to change the fade a little bit. But I think that would work. Let's see what it looks like in game. But first I need to do it to all these. So we need to hit the end margin 10 self. Whoa. I see. Lod 1, 10, 10, self. Don't do self? Just do it in code. I mean, I could. But what would I do instead of self? Is that where dependencies go in? I could do it in code on the ready. We'll do this. Well, no, I'll just do it. I'll do it in the inspector. That's gonna be far easier than trying to loop through them all, and because they have different things. Yeah. But instead of self, what would I do? That's the question. Because I would think self would make the most sense. Sigh. What would you do instead of self though? Vino, good day, sir. Good day, Leapercorn. How you doing? Thing that doesn't make it look like crap. I don't know what that thing is quite yet. I think I need to mess with the margins to not make it look like crap. I think that's what it comes down to. Is the margins. Visibility range. Yeah, and then you have to do it on all of them manually because you don't just write a script that does it. That's true. That's true. Okay, maybe I do. Maybe I do just write a quick... Oh, I mean, I'm basically done though. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I've already... I don't know. I feel like some things it's quicker to do it just manually. But then other things, it kind of just makes sense to write a script for it. And I do have a problem with figuring out just off rip what's the better solution to spend this time physically doing it or doing it through a script. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Maybe my default should actually be to write a script for it. That could make sense. Just try to get myself to default write scripts instead of defaulting to manually editing it. Know how to do things in the scripts as the programmer guy. That's fair. That's fair. I am a programmer. Let's see. All right, here we go. This is a large map. Large map. Because that knowledge actually carries over coding other things. I could see that. Okay, so it definitely it doesn't look good. Look at that fade. We can see right through the asteroid. That's not good. So I should probably change the fade margin to go smaller, I think. Yeah, because look at that. As I'm passing by things, you see them like loading and whatnot, and that doesn't look good. I think you need the fade. We might not need the fade. We actually might not. See what it looks like when I'm... Whoa! Yeah, look at that. I don't like that. I don't like that. You see them all like flipping around. Yeah, I definitely need to remove. Maybe I remove the fade. Yeah, I think I removed the fade. Or even just make the fade really small so then it goes quick. But huge FPS performance boost. This is the large map, by the way. The large map. And this is the largest map, and we're at 48, 38, 49, 55, 56, 53. Like, that's not bad. 40 while looking at all of this. That's not bad at all for the large map compared to the 12 FPS we were getting. That's kind of crazy. All right, I'm gonna write a script. Worst case scenario, it's good practice. We're gonna do a region LOD. And what I will do is func set LODs void. What I think I'm gonna do here, big improvements, but gamers aren't gonna be happy with 40 FPS. Well, yeah. This is just like half of the first pass. That's all it is. Pass one, and we already hit this. That's a big pass. Celebrate the tiny wins, Sammy. The tiny wins, the small wins, you know? We went from 12 to 40. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. 40 FPS, try 20 if you want to compete with modern day AAA. We're already beating modern day AAA. AAA more like triple L for loser. Got him. No, it needs to be lower. All right, let's see. So what I'll do here is I'll grab the LODs. Joke is AAA games are unoptimized. Yes. Okay, LOD 0, 1, 2, 3. Then here, LOD 1, LOD 2, LOD 3. Save. Okay, stop. Never mind. Do it your way. What were you gonna say to loop through the LODs? Like loop through the LODs here and do 1, 2, and 3? Because that crossed my mind. and then I decided not to do it. I don't remember why. Do you have your LODs as children of a node? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. You're right. You're right. LO_DS. Thanks. LODs. There we go. I do need to reassign that though. All right, let's go back and do this. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. Boom. Boom. And boom. Boom. Okay. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, this is why I was setting them separately, is because the different LODs have different things. That was the whole reason. Because it's not, if we were setting them all to be the same, then yeah, that would make sense. That's the problem. That's why I was doing it. Crap. Well, if I have just the one, I'd have to say if index is 1, then do this. If index is 2, do this. If index is 3, do this. But wouldn't that be... Wouldn't that be bad? I think I was actually right. First one always starts at 0. Last one only ends at 0. Wait, first one ends at 0? What do you mean? End margin 0? Your base mesh starts at 0, right? Yeah, begin 0. And your lowest LOD ends at 0. Yes. But I don't know how that's helpful. We do visibility range. Because this would, oh, so begin is I times distance. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. So instead of doing get children, I do get child count. And then for I, and then I do LODs I dot visibility range begin is I times, we'll say 10. What? Only string or string name can be used for index type node 3D but received an int. Oh, I have to get child, not I. There we go. Hi, LT. And then end. So that's the begin. Then we need to do the begin margin. which should be I dot visibility range begin equals, well, technically this is 25, 60, 120. So we just have to figure out the math for it, and then we're chilling. Let's just get all of them written out first. Good job, Pino. Thank you, LT. Get child I visibility range end wait, boom, margin, and then we do get child I dot visibility range fade mode fade. Good job, Camino. Thank you, LT. Equals, what's the enum? Visibility range fade. Good job, Camino. Thank you, Sammy. Visibility. Why is that not? Visibility range fade self. That's not a thing now. So what's the enum? I guess if it's an enum, I could just go equals 1. Good boy, Camino. You think I'm a dog? Crazy. Okay, so now we need to figure out the math for this. Let's see. If we do begin, that's 10, but this one ends at 25. So I times 10, or if I do I times 25, actually, that would just be bring it down to 50, which should be fine. So if I do 25, oh wait, but it begins at 0. Shoot. Howdy, LT. Oh, shoot. Wait, I'm doing math wrong. I'm doing my math wrong. Focus up. If I is 0, range begin needs to be 25. I transferred all my points. LT, there's... Did you do the... Oh, you did do the conversions. Never mind. Boom. Ooh. Okay. That's a problem. That's a problem. I think maybe it would have been easier just to export all the individual LODs. Now I'm thinking about it. I think so. Shoot. Because we need to set them specifically. Yeah. I feel like instead of trying to figure out the math behind this, maybe I do just do all 3. So much I'm getting to the point of annoyance. Yeah, same here. Same here. Yeah. Unlucky. Yeah, unlucky indeed. We lost to a single loop. We didn't lose. We didn't lose. It's just... there's a lot of math. Only Kavina could screw up a loop. CSLR, I don't think you could do this loop. I'll be real. Walking back with your tail between your legs. There's zero math. What? Okay. Range begin. So if the range on the first one, which is child 0, begins at 25 meters. You can't just set it to 25. Because I is 0. So if you do a multiplier, why? Because this is looping through all of them. Start with just 25. So if I started at 25, and then begin margin is 10, end is 60, and margin 10. That gets the first one done. So it sets them all to the exact same now. But the second one, which is I equals 1, is 60. So we need mathematics here to get from 25 to 60. We could just double it. Bonjour. Hello, Nor. How are you doing? Bonjour again. Oh, but spelled differently. This is so painfully easy to do, and I don't know how you're missing this. It's because I'm walking. That's my excuse. Yep. I'm walking. What is the... I guess I could have a separate count of another index and then increase the index per loop and then multiply it there. So I equals 1 or index equals 1, and then you multiply 25 by index. It looks like you're waggling. You're waggling. Begin I equals... Wait, begin equals I times 25. You can't do that, CSLR, because I equals 0. So if we do begin I times 25, then it equals 0. See the problem? Times 25 plus 25. So then it equals 50. And then it would equal 75. How do you start your loop at 1? Just do I plus 1. But then we can't do child. Or you just do I plus 1 here. Also, you're the one that's not putting... Wait, that's not putting one of your meshes that you want to change in this loop. That's a good point. I probably should put this guy in there, shouldn't I? Like the actual asteroid. Yeah, maybe that's smart. Do that. Because I should... Yeah, we still get it. So that'd actually be fine. Except the ending. So now we're at 0, which is our main one. That has a begin of 0, so it should be... Let me actually do this. Go back again. 0, 0. End should be 25, and that. Okay, so now what we do is I times 25, which is 0. I times... Actually... The margin needs to be 10 now, because we don't want to increase the margin. Margin should always be 10. But if there's a margin, then it won't work well. You've already made a good progress on the performance manual labor today. You'll have to take a little coding lesson and learn something. That's what I want to do. I absolutely want to. And that's why I'm trying to figure this out. Because I agree. Your margin should probably stay at 10. Just make them 10 by default. But if I make it 10 by default, doesn't that throw up an error? Oh, it doesn't. So it doesn't. Oh, it does do stuff though. Yeah, it still does stuff, which isn't good. Yeah. Or does it? No, that's 25 meters. Never mind. That should be fine then if I do that. If I just baseline make it 10 always. Yeah. Try resetting fade mode on all of them. Sure. So now fade mode's disabled. That's much better. Yeah. Okay, so do that. We go to our first one. We have the end margins always at 10. I times 25. But part of me thinks we still want a fade mode to it because it's kind of annoying how it flickers. Sorry, my dog's going crazy right now outside. I let him out. Barking at other people, never mind. Flickers more with the fade mode. Yeah, but I wonder if there's a way to make it so it actually does fade properly. My thought there is changing the margins to a lower margin. That way it's a little bit faster. Why do you need fade? Just looks better. Do your materials have opacity on? No. But so that's another thing I need to change with the other LODs is I do need to put on their stencil modes. Maybe that's why. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's why they're not fading correctly. That would make sense. All those should cull back. Boom. Probably losing a lot of performance by not doing that. Always cull back. Really? I did not know about that. Always cull back. Okay. I assume these have the exact same materials on them. Well, not always, but solid things like this you do. Okay. So, but if I enable a transparency on it, well, it doesn't change anything. And then if I do self, oh wow. I don't know if it's just me not noticing, but I think that looks better. Yeah, they should have the same material and resource. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But solid stuff should cull back since you're otherwise drawing a bunch of faces inside. Ah. Okay. That has a fade on it now. I think that does look better. Okay, so I do need to take this material that has the alpha cull back with the stencil. But the stencil I do through code. And I had to do that. Yeah. Okay. We have ads coming up in 5 seconds. I need to go let my dog back in real quick. So I'm going to put up the words. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. When we come back, we will fix the material up. And then set up the stencil plus the fade stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back real quick. Boop, boop. All right. Be right back off, webcam on. We'll finish out these words and then get back to it. There we go. Tactile, tactic, tact. Oh, we already got tact. Talc. Tail. Kale, maybe? Oh. Catic. Catalytic. I know, it's not big enough. Laddie. Lactic. Oh, we already got lactic. Add 80. That's not a word. Tilt. Wait, tilt didn't work? Oh, it did. 2 words. I have no clue what they are, though. Litta. Alley. Oh. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Turn these words off. Oh, turning them off. Nope. There we go. All right, so now what we gotta do is we gotta screw you, Kavino. Listen, CSLR, you're the one that ruined it for everyone. So really, at 07 remote, we already got one. Boom. There we go. See, CSLR, yeah. With great power comes great responsibility, as they say. Kavino sabotaging? No. Don't try to deflect this blame on me. That was on you. I specifically came back and said, all right, let's finish the words and get back to it. And then you decided, I hate everyone here. I'm just gonna sabotage the words for everyone. CSLR. Man, oh man. All right, we're gonna copy this. And we're gonna go, oh wait, did I do it in the geometry override or, yeah, I did. It's important to know which one I did it in. Paste. There we go. Yeah, this means we get easier words. Right, but then you lose out on the level, you know? Yeah, you guys were on level 6. Would have been it. Yep, CSLR is ruining the fun. I agree. I can't believe it. I expected better, honestly. Let's see. So we want to do self on all these and see if that fixed it. I kind of think that did. It's getting there. There is something going wrong though. Yeah. Not what Ika said. Now you're just lying. Classic Cavino propaganda. What do you mean classic? That's crazy. Okay, so I think what I need to do is set the margins. Instead of 10, we do it to 5. And set that to 1. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should make my own words game. I'll work with Sammy to get it working with the leaderboard. I don't think we could do something like, real talk, I don't think we should do something like that in terms of like a words game, because words on stream is they are a business, and they are like in the process of getting everything pushed through the USPTO. And so I wouldn't want to like try to dive in, take their thunder, you know? But if it's a different game idea, that would be a good idea. I'd be down with that. Yeah. Play viewers game. Oh, Ika. It's a brain rot game. More disappointed now. I'm more disappointed. A brain rot game. That's what I want in life. Dear God. Game was made in under 4 days as appreciation to Titus. Titus? Also to know him a bit. You play as a viewer who lives in Titus's basement. You have a mission to feed... Is it Titus? Tatus? Make him happy. You can't escape. It was a clickbait. No AI has been used. Okay. Okay, very easy to read font, yes. I had to download it too? Oh my lord, Ika. You're adding more and more for me to do. Oh my lord. Tic-tac yoink. Meh to downloading itch games. Tell me about it. Watch how it says made in Unity. Ugh. I feel it already. Let's see here. Temp. Save. Boom. Chill from game dev for a sec and enjoy. Ika, I don't know if you've been here, how long you've been here, but do I seem like someone who would just chill from game dev and enjoy? No. This is a stream of hardcore professional game development. We don't sidetrack. We don't go off on tangents. We don't yap. We just do game dev. That's what we do. We don't take breaks. That's crazy talk. Crazy talk. Boom. Bam. Wait, I forgot your underscore. There we go. There we go. All right, let's try it out. Boom, boom. Can I stop walking yet? Almost. Made by Ika. See you, Solar. I hate you. Okay. There's a leaderboard. It's a little dark. It's a little dark. Thanks for playing. Wait, what happened? Oh, there's a back there. Enter your name. Cavino. Another clip for evidence. Evidence? What do you mean evidence? Oh, here we are. You have to find Thaddeus. It's a kitchen. But he never cooks. Okay. It's a bed. Toxic. Please make me a mod, please. All right. All right. All right. Boom. The horror assets is pretty scary. Whoa, there's a camera. Okay, so we're being watched. There's a chair. Please make me a mod. Please, Vocino. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah, there's a rigorous modding process you have to go through. Very rigorous. Boom. Find a key and stop speedrunning. I am looking for a key. Wait, I'm not looking for a key. I'm looking around, actually. I didn't know there was a key. But I'm not speedrunning it. Oh, I found a key. Look at me go. I didn't even know I needed to find a key. I'm just exploring the game. That's all I'm doing. Looking at the pictures and going through. Oh. Whoa.
I'm hungry.
Oh, he's hungry. I can do that. Terrifying. How many of these do I need? Oh, I just need to like keep getting them?
My bellow.
Alright, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Bella. Boom. Boom. Oh crap, I forgot how to get upstairs. Is it this way? It was not. This way? No, this way? Yes. Alright. Oh, that's not it. That's it? Wait, what? I grabbed so many chicken. What is this? There's no more. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Okay.
You are chopped.
Did I just play Ika? What did you make? I'll give one more go. Now that I know what's going on here. One more go. But I swear I picked up like 5 pieces of chicken in the velo and it didn't and it only fed him one time. I swear I fed him more. Wait. I'll give you a hint if you want. A hint? Oh, does the velo negate it? And maybe he asks for velo at some point after he's done eating? think the key was over here. Oh, this feels really weird trying to walk while also walking in game. No, Velo gives you extra 10 seconds. Oh. I didn't feel like it did. So then why? I swore I picked up so much chicken. All right, here we go. Here we go. Lock in. World record attempt. Here we go. You really should have made backroom slop, Cavino. No, 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 no. More chicken upstairs.
I'm hungry.
All right, we're gonna go downstairs first. 1. We're good. 2. 3.
My bellow.
Oh, it gave 10. Okay, I see. 4. 5. We're at 496 chickens. We have to go that way. Okay. That's all the downstairs chicken. Right? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Imagine big fat wallets with wings flying away out of your reach. That would be pretty good. Oh. Where's the chicken? Okay. That's 1. Oh, there's the Velo.
My bellow.
Okay. Wish I could run. I should just feed him before it goes. Eat! Yep, it's fine. There's the chicken. We just have to run it back. We don't have time. And we didn't
You
make
are
it.
chopped.
Dang. Dang. Big fat wallets with wings flying away from you out of reach. Crazy. Crazy. And we didn't even get on the leaderboard? That's dirty. That's dirty. Boom. I want to see if it reloads the leaderboard. It doesn't. What? You didn't win though? Oh, you have to actually win. Okay, that's crazy. I can't do that. It was actually not a bad game though, Ika. That wasn't that bad. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll give you that. That was pretty good. Game page. I was told I was chopped. Wait, I was chopped. But the main character I kept seeing was the only chopped part of this part about this game. Yes. Chopped. Chop boss. We'll say. Wait, no. Told I was chopped. Main character I kept seeing was the most chopped part of this game. That should be pretty good. Yeah. That'll be good enough. Post. There we go. There we go. Sorry I made you play this garbage, but made you laugh, and as they say, every single laugh is sacred. It wasn't bad. I'll give you that. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was definitely I could see it being a good like little game. But to make for someone. I thought it was pretty good for that. It was pretty good for that. Alright. Now let's lock in. I stopped walking too early. I'll walk an additional 20 minutes. What? Worst thing I've experienced. I hated it so much that I literally died. Thanks. Okay. We gotta lock in. So we got the WAD set. We have the new margin. We have the fade mode. That's all good. Did I set the material on everything? These ones I did. These ones I don't think I did. No, I did not. Okay. So we gotta grab this guy, put him in there. And then LODs. Optimization. Boom. There we go. I don't remember if the asteroids had different materials. I don't think they actually did. I don't think so. Did they? I don't remember. I don't think so. Sheep happens is ready when you are ready for sheep to happen. I got the points, but I'm letting mama cook. Yeah, let me fix this and set up all this stuff first. And then we can do it. Let's see here. I think it is the same. It is not the same. Okay. So I need to come in here. Full mode back. Alpha. And then keep that as is. Copy this. Pop to these guys. Geometry. Paste. Save. There we go. Yep. Then we do this one. Put that there. Go here. Alpha. It's already on back. Good. Copy. Paste. Okay. This one. Alpha. Back. Copy. Paste. There we go. Alpha. Back. Copy. Paste. And that should be good. Okay. Let's see if this works. Because they're all sharing the same material. So it should also do the X-ray stuff that we need it to. Should. I'll just start it. Let's start with the small. It did not. Oh, interesting. Why are those X-raying? It's because of the opacity on these guys. Look at that. That's a problem. So I need to make the fade even smaller. That's interesting. Because of the... Huh. The crystals are showing through it, which is weird. Do 1 times 25 at the end. That means begin and end on the same. Oh, did I do that? Oh, I did. Shoot. Yeah, the ends need to be different. End is 25. I plus 1 times 25. Try that out. For the end. Because that's 25. That'll be like 50. 75. And 0. Ah. Last one should not have an end. So how does that work? If the last one doesn't have an end. Oh man. Maybe it's fine. I don't think it is. But maybe. Maybe. Three, two, one. Yeah. Fade needs to be even quicker, I think. Maybe I make the fade smaller. Oh, what? Weird. Thought I could hit that. Yeah, I think I make the fade smaller. Seems right though. Although, look at that. You can see through the asteroids because they have the alpha. Look at that. That's not good. Because the material has an alpha on backface culling, which makes it so you can see the items through it. I don't think that's very good. Some weird rendering issues with Godot, yeah. And like the little dot that you see here, right next to my reticle, that's the, this guy. Those are the crystals that are in there. See? Let's change the margin to... What if I just change it to 1? I think I switched to Alpha Scissor and that mostly fixed it. I'll give it a go. They should all be. Yep. So I come over here. Scissor. 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 Should hide those while they're small, because verts are still there. Oh yeah, we could. It's a good idea too. Let's see. Toggle tween crystals. Is holding flag. So then we just say dot visible. Oop. Is holding flag. There we go. Can you give permissions to add emotes in 7TV? If you send me a Discord message after stream, I'll do it. Yeah. But also, like, I still don't know what the difference is between the 7TV emotes and the other ones. Something jarring about Ika using the :3. What's jarring about it, CSLR? What's jarring? You don't think Ika's cute? Crazy. Boom. That's what the emote's for, isn't it? It's supposed to be that cute face or whatever. The ooh thing. Hello, fellow game dev. Hello, Mustang dev. How are you? Okay. Wait, that kind of is working. Wait a sec. We're at 120 FPS right now. Oh my lord. Hello, Tamer the Hammer. Oh wow. Yeah. You can see it is kind of flickering, but that's kind of, I think that's to be expected. Maybe I make it a little bit more. Because it's currently at, what did I switch it to? 1? I don't like this though. Sometimes you see the crystals going through it, and that doesn't look good. Oh, and I died. Where's the laser coming from? The laser? Oh, it's coming from the chest. That's the gravity beam. Coming from our chest. Try playing with the depth draw mode. Oh. Depth draw mode. What is that? What is depth draw mode and what does it do? Asteroid? I think it's in the material, right? Depth draw mode. It's a material you're looking at. Yeah, gravity beam. I think you mean yoink beam. Yes, the yoink beam. Let's see what it says. So default depth draw mode. Depth is drawn only for opaque objects. Okay. Always. So it's not influenced whether transparent objects are defined. So if I do always, and always, 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 boys. See what that does. I can need to change a material on the crystals though as well. What up, Tricky? Let's see. You know what Alpha Scissor does, right? Not exactly, no. Not enough to simplify it. To be honest, I liked when the crystals were shown. You like being able to see the crystals through. That looks good over there. Oh. I don't like that it flicks like that. See that? I don't like that. It means it doesn't have opacity between 0 and 1. There's no fade. Oh. We don't like that. Yeah, it's very jarring when you see them flicking their LODs to different or updating their LODs. It's very jarring. Normal, alpha, or hash might be better. So we'll try a different one. Let's try hash. We tried alpha and that one was fading too much. Current object should fade after the next one's shown, I guess. Yeah. I don't know what hash does though. Should read it. Material will cut off all values below spatially deterministic threshold. The rest will remain opaque. It is faster to render than alpha blending, but slower than opaque rendering. It also supports casting shadows. Suited for hair rendering. I don't think we need that. We'll try it, but I don't think that's the play. All right, let's see. Boom. Ooh. Nah. Nah. It's so slow with the fade. Look at that. That looks weird. Why does it fade like that though? They're not fading correctly? I don't think so either. The way it's set up now. Their fade is the begin margins at 2. Your margin is what does the when it starts to do it. Fade transition distance. There should be a gap between them, right? Yeah, I didn't understand how to set it up. Set it as well, so that's why I dumped on computer. Yeah, no, that's normal. The old LOD should fade away and reveal a completely solid new LOD. Yes. Yes. But to do that, they need different margins. don't they? So what I would need to do then is the begins need to go do they need to go up or down? I think they need to go up. I think begin margin need to go higher than the end margin. Yeah. Yeah. So if I just do like 4. Now, it probably would have been smarter if I just made this into a tool script and then did it. That probably would have been a smarter play. Quickly change it to a tool script and then do it. Yeah, no, that still doesn't look good. Yeah, look at that. That's weird. Yes, but we love wasting 5 minutes playing the game to check things. It's our unique style. It's what separates us from the rest of the crowd, you know? We're quirky or whatever it is. Huh. I don't like this. I think hash makes the most sense. It's just figuring out this fade logic. Ugh, we're like right on top of it, but it's still fading. No, I did exactly what you said. You said the end would need to be... Oh, begin needs to be higher. I did the exact opposite. Oh my lord. Misread things. So begin has to be higher than the end. My apologies, Sizzler. Boom, boom. I definitely misread that. Can the distance unit be affected by scale? No, because it goes from the center of it. It goes from the center of the AABB, or the bounding box, which is going to be the center for all of them, right? Because you're scaling it down from the center anyways. Or else you would have it so that certain asteroids would work better than others. Getting there. I think I need to make... I almost feel like I need to make them further. No. If you scale it, distance might be affected as well. 20 meters times 80. No, because it's all from the center of the object. So like you have a box and you have the center. If you scale the box down, you still have the center. Scale the box down, center's still the center. Can you add jetpacks? We already have jetpacks, LT. For my guessing, I think you want the begin margin like 15 and end around 5. Could try that. Can you get them? Yeah. Yeah. So let's try end 15, begin 5. Wait, let me make sure I read that right. From my guessing, I think you want begin at 15, end at 5. Aha, good thing I reread it. How you continue to read it backwards? I don't know. You know what it is? When we get around the 5-hour mark of stream, my brain just starts turning off. I think that's what it is. Around the 5-hour mark is when I see my code getting worse and worse. It's like dyslexia, but for entire sentences. I think it's just the brain, like just turning off, you know? Nah, it's still doing it. I think what we need is we change the distance on them, because I'm okay with like further away ones doing that, like seeing the fade like that from further away, but you can literally see what the problem is. What's the problem? Visualizing my help. Wait, what is this? There's a gap. Yes, there is a gap in the things. M is margin point. Middle line is where both of them are shown. Oh. You're gonna stream for another hour at least? Of course, LT. 6 hours all the time. Of course. Okay, so how do we stop the... maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not anymore. So how do we stop that from happening is the question. I think we need to change the... more margin changes then. This is also what I've learned. The more I stand and walk, move begin back to 5. 5. But then if it ends at 20, it should fade from 21 to 22. Good grief. What? Move begin back to 5. Oh, not begin margin. Oh. Range begin 5? That's the range begin though. That's like it being really close to us. If it ends at 20, it should fade from 21 to 22. Yeah, that makes sense. He said by 5? Back by 5. Oh my lord. 20. That's so bad. That's so bad. I'm just gonna start reading everything twice. And then make it a tool script. And put the script on Laud's node. Oh. I'll just put in process. Yeah, that would make sense. And float. I'll just do 20 for now and I'll fix it. was end? Shoot, 25. And margin is 5. Okay. Trying to visualize this video timeline. Rage begins. Rage begin is 7. Rage begin margin 12. Rage and 18. Rage range. Make all those numbers. Trying to visualize this video timeline. I think that's correct. You're fading 2 clips. Rage against Kavina. Because they're both going at the same time. They both have a 25 opacity at the same time. Right. Right. And that's not what we want. So wouldn't it just be easier to separate all of these and just say LOD 1 set its thing, LOD 2 set its thing? Yeah, one should fade while the other one's 100% visible. Yeah, but do you even know what those settings are? What do you mean? Like, basically what we would have to do is you would set like begin margin to 15, and then this one goes to 10 or something like that. We don't know what combination of margin begin. Well, yeah, that's the other problem. We don't know the exact one. Use math. Here you go. Thanks, LT. Yeah, that's true. We don't know the combo. I think we do need to change the margins, though. What if I do just like I plus? This might be weird, but it would give it just enough of a difference. And then good day, Gadunts of Yoinkshire. Hello, Hypnotic. No, they need to be different though, like more different. No. Huh. Good morning. Vongo, it is not the morning. Don't you dare. Yeah, it's still doing it. Maybe Vongo lives in Australia. He does not. Why are you live so early? You know, did my equation help? Not at all, LT. Not at all. I think what we need to do is, like, that's why I'm thinking, I don't know the math for what we would need. I could just try doing and exporting all these separately. What are you trying to calculate? We are trying to set up the LOD stuff. So we have four models, and basically as you zoom out, it switches the model based on the visibility range. And what we're trying to do is we are trying to get it so that it will fade into the next model. But you can see here that sometimes we'll catch it at a point where both the new model and the old model are at the same opacity, which is not right. We need the old model or the new model to be more finished than the old one. Not a question of calculating, it's a question of knowing the settings actually do. Well, we know what the settings actually do. The settings are where it starts to do the fade and where it stops doing the fade. Do the script. Do that right now then? Okay. Disable the script. And first thing we're gonna do is we have a begin margin. If you know that, then the math is easy. Okay. Okay. Howdy, Vongo. Sorry. Let's see. We have the end margin at 5. May the 4th be with you. It's gonna get deleted. Okay. So we have begin. In the begin margin of 15. I think that's too much for the first one. So we go 5 on that. Begins at 5. Well, that's the wiggle room of 5. Let's go 1. So then this LOD needs to have a wiggle room of 2. I'm getting there. Second object's end margin should end maybe 0.5 earlier. Yeah. But it's getting there. Now it's not nearly as bad. I didn't do the end stuff though. So this one, end margin of 5. Let's switch that to 1. You can't really tell. You can see it right here is where it's changing. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Howdy, Vongo. So end is 25, which means for this one, 20 is where it starts with a difference of 2. Check the wireframe. I don't think checking the wireframe is going to be as helpful. Wait, is it going from more to less? Is it going more to less? Shouldn't it go more as you get closer? Can I have another suggestion? Sure. Ooh, why is it doing that? Begin at 20. End at 25. Oh, original topology is cleaner. I see. I think you need to look at the object and see the fade. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about either. You think it's lower, but it's cleaner. Oh, I see. Okay, I think we're onto something though. I'm gonna switch it back because that's really hard for me to see. So the first 2 seem pretty good. And then it's gonna mess up here. So this is between 1, which ends at 50, and this begins at 40. the begin margin on this one needs to be like a 10. Ends at 75. Actually, maybe I even do a 5. Oh, no, let's do a 15, sorry. No, 10. 10 was good. This one, end margin, is at a 5. Make it a 10. Hang on. There we go. Lurk gonna go take a nap. Vonga, you just woke up. What do you mean? Check from the side that has the light, at least. Okay, right here. I think this is between... Okay, 1 is not showing, so then it's between these 3 right now. There's 3. I'm tired. It's probably because you slept so long. 20, 50. Lod 2. 40 is where it starts. So it's going to start as we're at the 50 with a 10. We want to switch this to a 5. Then it goes to 75. So then this one starts at 65 with a margin of 75.10. And then this will go end at 100. It really shouldn't have an end, actually, because it's the last one. LT, I like you. Let's see. Oh. I think we're getting it. It's almost there. It's almost there. Obviously, this change is going to be the biggest, but you can see it's starting to show. So the ending of the second to last one ends at 75. Where does this one start? At 65 with a 10. 65 with a 10. I should start this at 70, 50, 40. It starts 10 less. 65, 75. You can make it further if you want. Probably will. But I just want to get the ratio down first. Because then with the ratio, then we can just do like multipliers. Does Godot not have LOD built in? It does. It does. Yeah. Fade can be longer too. We could make the fade longer. The thing is, I'm worried about making it too long. Because it will start. So this is like the beginning. The way I'm understanding it is this is where it will be full at the beginning. This song is pretty. It is indeed. This song was made by Sammy, actually. So this is where it's complete, which means it's gonna start going at 35. If I'm understanding this right. Any chance it's on Spotify? No. Really? Oh man. Now I feel bad being rude. Now you feel bad being rude. Yeah, all of our music, like every song you hear, and when I say this is not Sammy approved music, Sammy made all these songs. Some random Spotify music? No, it's not on Spotify. It's just like a Sammy playlist. Can you try it with a camera? On the Z-axis? Sure. And then... oh, right here. Okay, so it's still between 1 is good though. Can say make Astro Yoinking music, maybe. And we can see what 40 begin, 50 margin mean. Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. So go to 40. So I'm hiding the main one, the most detailed one. This is LOD 1. LOD 1 ends at 50. It's starting at 40 though. That we know what the end margin means. We know what the margins mean. The margins mean end equals final, like fully rendered. Margin equals plus or minus end. That's what it means. So if we have an end of 50, if end is 50 and our margin is 10, then it will start fading in at 40 and it will continue fading out at 60. That's what it means. And the latest, Kate, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. Now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. And is the last time it's visible. Yeah, like fully visible though, to my understanding. Right? Oh, no, sorry. Opposite way. End is completely hidden. So if we jump the camera to 50, then it should be completely hidden. But because there's a 10 on it here, because it's 10, it won't be completely gone till 60. So if I go to 60, and now we don't see it anymore. Yeah, we don't see any changes happening. Yeah. Yeah, team indeed. If you do 50 and end and 0 end margin, it means you can't see past 50. Right. Or is it from 40 to 50? Or is it from 45 to 55? 50 to 60? I think it's both. So here, the end margin, it's going to be starting to fade out by 40. 40 to 60 is what it makes it. Visibility range end threshold. Only allowed to change visibility state when it goes over or under the range threshold as a hysteresis distance. What does hysteresis mean? Hello, Serenito. Yeah, Serenito. Fade transition distance. So I think it's plus or minus, because that's what we're seeing when I'm hiding the models. And then this one is LOD 3. So right now, let's double check. LOD 3, and this one begins at 65 with a 10-meter margin. We are currently at 60, which means that it's going to start at 55. This is when it begins. So if I go to 56, it's starting. Because it started at 55. There we only see like one particle or whatever. And then it goes 10. So if we go to 75, we see it. Can you do that with your overlay draw thing to visualize what you're saying? It'll help. Yeah, so I mean, basically it's just if we have our let's say begin equals 50 meters, and then we have our begin margin is 10 meters, then we can start fading in at 40 meters, and then stop fading in at 60 meters, because it's 50 plus or minus 10. That's what we're seeing right now. And it's the same thing for end as well, where it does the opposite. That's what I'm noticing. So with that in mind, if we go to, let's start from the beginning with asteroid 1, and it ends at 25 meters. So let's go 25 meters. This is the end point. So if I go 26, it's gone. Draw a timeline like in Da Vinci. Boom. And we go, what's this one at? This is 25. Oop. $25 meters. And this is where it is fully shown. Then the margin is this. Meters? Whoa, wait, are you Canadian? No. I'm American here. We don't do no Canadian. Now this is the fade. That's what it looks like. I know more Americans use metrics than the ones that use imperial. Yeah, it depends. Okay, so you're overlaying another model on top of this. Yeah, so we basically copy this and then do it again for whatever thing we want. So we would do something like, boom, yellow, orange, starts here, ends here, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Now check where they should intersect. Right, that's what we're doing right now. So we have asteroid 1, which ends at 25 meters. So we go to 25. This is the end point because it doesn't have, it has a margin of 1, which we don't want that. If I do a margin to 10, it starts showing up more and it will end at 34. Oh wait, I didn't do that right. Oh, I did. Hold up. Wait a minute. 25. Maybe the end is different then. Let's go 25. No, that's right. Yeah, no, it's still showing. It's just far away, so you can't really see it as well. But yes, it does do that. So it has to be completely visible for the first to start fading. Yes. Yes. The second one needs to be completely visible before the first one starts. So with that in mind, let's bring this down. And it's going to start here at 15. So we actually don't want a crazy margin for this. We'll do like a 5, which means that LOD 1 needs to be beginning at 20 here. With a margin of 2. So that means it should be completely visible. Which it is. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Oh shoot, I'm messing the wrong thing here. There we go. So see, it's completely visible there. I totally messed up the scale. I totally messed up the scale. Where was it? Here? 8.1. You had scale at 4.55. Thank you. There we go. There we go. So now, this is the camera. At 20, right here at 21 is where we're seeing a problem. But that's because it's currently fading out, while this one is fading in. I'm gonna remove the ends real quick, just to make things easier. Beginning at 20, really it's beginning at, there we go. It was really beginning earlier. 25, so it's completely gone at 30. But at 25 is the midpoint. So we want this to start earlier with a margin of 5. Actually, no, we want a margin of like 1. Because we want it to begin almost instantaneously. Yeah, because that's the 1. Because we see it's at 20. So it's really the fade that's the confusing part. Because they both start fading. End at 25. But if I do a fade of 5, then 20 is the number. So then this one, 20, is the number. But we need a fade, so we do 5. But now they're both mid-fade. So if I change this one to 1, but it's still gonna fade at some point. That's the problem. So I might even need to go sooner. And I do 5, 15, like that. Yeah, it's changing right now. Okay. Now we didn't bring the third one in. And we do it again. Begin should be the last LOD's end minus the margin minus 1. Should be the end minus the margin minus 1. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. That's what it seems like. So this one, if the end, LOD 2, the end is 75. Or sorry, LOD 1, let's actually start with this. LOD 1's end is going to be let's say 75 with the margin 5. So then that means LOD 2, its end, or its begin is going to be 75 minus 5, so 70 minus 1, 69. But then the margin, we still need to have the margin in there. 65. So let's see what that does. That's because LOD 1 ends at 80, actually. So it needs to be end plus margin. Oh wait, this one also is ending at 75. That's why. They're both ending at the same time. Just for the sake of it. There we go. And there we go. Okay. And the next one, this one will end at, we'll say 100 with the margin of 5. So then this one needs to start at 95. We can leave it at a 10. Nope. 105 is where it's fully gone. And that's just because we're seeing that because it's a smaller object and it's not the same shape. But that's fully in. Which that's kind of fine to lose it like that. Yeah, look at that. You can just barely see a fade of the skin go off. Okay. I think that works. So the math that we need, is going to be basically what Ironic said. Begin equals last LOD end minus end margin minus 1. Something like that. Or minus 5. Yeah, minus 5. That probably works too. Because it depends on what we're doing for the fade. I think 5 makes sense for a fade because that just gives it more time to actually fade, while 1 is a little too snappy. Okay, so now we just need to implement this into it. But then also the begin, the new begin needs to be last LOD end plus end margin plus 5. Are all your margins 5? Yes. Yes. So all margins are going to be 5. Those two are easy, yeah. And I'll just do this too. Okay. And then all I have to do so the margins are good. Now we need to figure out the initial beginning and the end. I guess I need to hold the last one. So I would do something like last LOD end as a float. And we'll say 0. Well, actually, no. It would be the first one, which is for us right now is 25. And then for the begin, delete that. Delete both these, begin and end. I times last LOD end which should just be 0, which is fine, minus 5, minus margin, and then we say margin, that's fine. The new end will just be I plus 25. And then we save that last LOD end equals I plus 25. No, not plus 25. That's crazy. Times 20. Or last slot n plus 25. So it goes up by 25 meters each. And then at the end, we just say last slot end plus equals 25. So now it scales up by 25s. So going through it, if I is 0, then what we do is I times last slot ed minus margin. So 0 times whatever is 0. Margin's 5. Our end is going to be our last slot end plus 25. our current last slot end will actually just make 0. So now it's going to be 25. Margin of 5. I1 is going to be 25 minus 5 times 1. So it'll be 20. With a margin of 5. 25 plus 25, 50. I2 will be 45 times 2. That's not right. So I could just do last slot n, no I minus. And I'll just ABS this, so then it just equals 0. Oh, actually, no, it won't, because margin minus 5. That doesn't work. Well, unless I just make it equal 0. I just do 5. So 5 minus that, 0. And 5 plus 25. Max. 0 thing. For the begin. If thing is less than 0, pick 0. Oh. All right, does this make sense? So going through it, we have 0 for the beginning. The end is going to be 0 plus 25, 25. Second one is going to be 25 minus 5, so it begins at 20. It ends at 50. Next one starts at 45, ends at 75. Yeah, let's look at that. I think this works. Let's send it. So we'll turn the process back on the tool script. Save it. Visibility range begin margin. That just needs to reload. Now let's take the camera, start at 0. There we are. No, it's still doing it. Why is that still doing it? So the first one's at 0, ends at 25, or really 20 is where it starts. Here, it starts at 15. So let's go to 15 in the camera. That seems correct. The next one begins at 45 and it ends at 45. No, it begins at 40, sorry. Yeah, it begins at 40. So let's go to 30. Go up to its beginning. But at 45 here is where it's disappearing. It's at 47 right now. We're at 47. Because begin margin is beginning to look like Christmas. What? Ika, it's becoming the summer. Don't you dare. Don't you dare say that. No, no, no. I've been looking forward to this hot weather for a while. Long time. Go to the beach, get my tan back. Whoa. That's what we want. This shouldn't be happening. 20. It's raining overcast in North Cali. It is 6. Oh, I'm not gonna say what the weather is actually. It's 60 plus 5 plus 2 degrees out currently. Say it? No, it's okay. I just said it. It's 60 plus 5 plus 2 degrees Fahrenheit. First it faded out 25% at 22.5, right? I think so. Yes. Oh, wait. 2 is showing. Why is 2 beginning to show? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't come up until 40. Oh, we're at 40, that's why. $25. So this one completely ends at 30. This one completely end by 25. It's set up correctly as a test and it works. I don't know about your tool though. What did you set up correctly? Because this is what we have right now. We take our last lot end and minus the margin. If it ends at 10, our other one should start at 8 with a 2 margin. Oh no, we want a 5 margin. Because I think 2 is too fast. This might seem like a struggle, but think about how many other meshes and games you might want to have. X number of lots. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like I see the full the full value of figuring out a loop like this. I see the value in it, because this is definitely something we can take to other games. We just have to make this work well. Basically, it should fully fade in before last one starts disappearing. Right. Which is what we have for the begin. It's 5 before. So if we see Asteroid 1 will end at 25 with an end margin of 5. This one begins at 20 with a begin margin of 5. Do last lot end minus margin minus 5 on the beginning? Yeah, so it starts sooner. Well, margin is 5. So if I just do margin times 2, then it's minus 10. Oh, that works. Because this one is gonna fade. This is the last one. And it's a different shape completely, so that makes sense. So now we have... That'll be much less visible than you think. Yeah, you won't see that last fade. I'm not worried about that one at all. And even if you do see it, I'm okay with that for the last one, because it's like, that's kind of to be expected in a lot of games. Now try changing 25 too. For what? See if it works with another value. Make game dev look so easy. I don't know about that one cooking. Both 25s, just any random number. Oh, okay. And I wonder, could I just take this and then shove it up here? Probably. And then just use last lot end. So I'm only doing the math one time. And then I just do that. And now I just need to change it one time, which is gonna be, let's do like 50. Yeah. Tomorrow's my birthday. Will you say it for my birthday if I show up? Laborcorn, is tomorrow actually your birthday? I don't think so. I think you're lying. Let me see. I don't have it written down. Instead of something you hard set in the editor. Guess what? Now this is a setting you have in your games too. People want stricter or no LOD. It is, I swear to goodness, as my title is very unique. Yeah, I'll add that to my calendar. Boom. Wait. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Cinco de Mayo, isn't it? I'll be 56. Holy moly. Holy moly. It is. It's Cinco de Mayo. Esta Cinco de Mayo. And Cinco de Mayo on a Taco Tuesday. Holy moly. All of Mexico celebrates me. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a boom. Boom. And we can actually do this. And instead of doing a Let's do a class name. Laud tool. That's right. I was born on a Tuesday. Tuesday's child is full of grace. And then what I can do here is let's do a export var distance float equals plus equals distance tool deserves Ironic's name on it. What do we call it? But I could also take this far and don't put my name on anything. Maybe I do like laud start. I rename this variable to a laud start. Put Ironic's name in the credits for Realm Rapture when that redacted. We did that for the D2 jam. we redacted Ironic's name. Put your name on my shoulder as a tattoo. Faster Yoinkers hits 1 mil. My name? My name or Ironic's name? Gotta be careful here, Ika. Not yours, Ironic's. Oh, wait. Oh. I opened a new tab. Ika. You're... Yikes. Where's the other one? Yep. Ika mistake 2. So Ika, you do realize when Astro Yoinkers reaches 1 million in revenue, not only are you going to tattoo Ironic's name on your shoulder, but you're also tattooing Astro Yoinkers on your forehead. When did I say that? Ika, I would, because I don't want you to permanently tattoo your body, I would accept a temporary tattoo. You can get a custom temporary tattoo and you can put that on. I would accept that. But dear God. You might have just dug yourself a little hole. It could be a small tattoo. Even any tattoo. Imagine that. Astro Yoinkers. I think this tool can be better. How so? I was thinking we take this variable and we export it as well as like the starting laud. Starting laud end. It's a bit strict to be a node that does things to its children. Restricted. Oh. That has a skeleton. What if you want to do it to a character that has a skeleton? Oh. I don't know. That has a skeleton. So I could just extend a node instead of a node 3D. And that just extends everything, right? But I also think I need to do this variable here, like starting load lod end. Yeah, Spirit Skeleton might have a script on it. Ooh. That's a good point. I think it's like a component. Oh. So what I could do instead is make this a component, make it a node, and then I export the like LOD base or whatever. Yeah. We want export meshes. Ooh. Okay. Hold up. So we do it a node. Export meshes as an array. Oh, whoops. And it has to be an array of mesh instance 3Ds because that's what LODs are for. And then I'm also going to export the var LOD end as a float. But how do you put a there's a way to put a note when you hover over what something is. I can't remember how to do that. Was it just the double? Like you just do this? Last LOD end set this to where want the starting point to be, typically 0. And if I go to here, oh, it does work like that. Cool. And then this is how, if I do a space there, how far apart the LODs should be. Handles the fade between lower equals faster fading. And then I don't need this anymore. And then I change LOD end. Incredible commentary. Thank you. Okay. Now, what I should do here is I should make a separate scene for the component itself. So then I just add the component into the item. Do you always want your last thing to have an end? That would make it disappear. Tool needs that too. Ooh. Ooh. As a setting. Yeah. How do we add that setting though? Because do we want the thing to have an end? And how do you get the last? I guess I could do in the for loop and I say if I is equal to get child count, but it would actually be meshes.getChildCount now. Meshes dot. If it's equal to get child count, and then we need to check if has end, then we just set the margin to 0, or the range end to 0, and then export var has end bool determines if the last LOD should fade away or should disappear. Fade out last. Should wait now. Fade out last. And if fade out last, we want to say meshes get child I dot visibility range end 0. And that's because it's an array though, and there's no get child count, so it's actually dot size, and then meshes instead of get child, it's gonna be I. Bam. Don't get child on arrays, yeah. There we go. For some reason I set to work on the slaved salvo and beginning to realize I have no clue how I'm going to make this function. What is the slaved salvo? Why did that bool not export? Oh, there it is. That's cool. Meshes.size -1. No. Do we want -1? Because we want it to start at 0. Do arrays start at 1? 130? Oh. Oh. I wonder if I can do this. Visibility range fade mode. No, it doesn't have that. That's weird. It says it's as a visibility range fade mode, but I guess that's because it has to be in a node 3D. It's gonna be on geometry instance 3D. There we go. Whoa! That's cool. There we go. And then this is how or type of fading for LOD. There we go. That's cool. And then ensures new LOD is faded in before last is gone. Change default value, I think. It might be, yeah. There we go. That's cool. So now all we have to do is pop this onto a, yeah, now don't do it in process, right? I'll just comment that out. Now I have to pop this out, put it on a new scene for the, with a node. New is editor hint in process. Oh yeah. Yeah, so now I just make a separate node and then slap the script on the node and we'll be good. You don't need to make a scene. Oh. You can just make a node with that class. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. You just add a LOD tool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Where is the script saved? Apps. And we're putting it in our professional tools. Or she blows. LODs tool. I want to rename it. LOD tool. Yeah. That's cool. More like a component than a tool. Yeah. Oh, it's ticking up. That's not good. Why is that ticking up? Look at that. It's going up. Because it's running in the process. Yeah, maybe you do need to comment out process. I think I do. We only want this to set one time. Do tool scripts run already though, doesn't it? right? Oh, why did that break my... You don't? Brothers, you want it in process. You can see it's in editor. So how do we make it only execute one time though? You just coded it wrong? Well, how do I code it right? Oh, you do want it in process. You make a new variable in setLod that is equal to lod end instead of adding indefinitely exported property. Wait, you make a new variable in setLod that is equal to lod end. So every time setLod is called, you start with a clean variable. Oh, so I did need to keep the var last lod end equals lod end, and then switch all of these to last. Like that. And lod end 0, 25, 5. Those are the instances. Okay. There we go. That makes more sense. And because we have it disappearing, what I can do here is come over here, check that. Boom, it doesn't disappear anymore. That's cool. Sick. Okay. Maybe I should add a lod bias as well. Into this tool. If you're doing this, when you disable autolod thing, if you're doing this, then you disable the auto. Does it disable the auto? No. Doesn't disable it. Oh, I'm saying you don't use both. Oh. I see. I mean, you could, I guess, if you wanted even finer control. Seems good, though. Probably unnecessary, though, I would think. All right. That's sick. We need to add this, though, to everything. So all I do here is load that in. Boom. Oh, wait a sec. I did it wrong on the fade out and last. Really shouldn't use it at all. Never import your GLBs with autolod. It has to be if not fade out last. Because we don't that. Yeah. Okay. There it is. Mesh is set. Oh. That's not good. Huh. I'll have to tweak it. 2, 3. Scale seems off on that C. If you didn't scale it, then I might have imported it out wrongly. Gotcha. All right, we're just gonna add this in. Boom, boom. Boom. One, 2, 3. Beautiful. And then add a script here. Tools. Quad. Load. Really should have added a button that just puts children in the array. Yeah. Yeah. That would make sense. I mean, I still can. And then, for in get children, then we just do if lazy let's go into an indented block. What did I do wrong here? Oh. Populate meshes. It's just equals. There's no set? I thought there was a set. Populate is nil. Callable was expected. That doesn't seem to work. There, Wembley Games, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? We just made a really cool LOD script. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Really cool LOD script that basically does everything we need for LODs, which is the level of detail. So basically optimization for the game. Yeah. This pawn has been brought to you by their Wembley Games. What up, pawn? How you doing? What were y'all working on? Boom, boom, boom. Shout out. It smells funky in here. You're right, Sammy. Let's just shout out the wrong thing. There will be games. There will be games. Boom. There we are. Boop. Yeah, we just made a really cool LOD system. We're working on Astro Yoinkers, by the way, which is the #1 yoinking game in the universe. Now available for wishlist on Steam. What we just did is the game. All these asteroids you see, they were like, we weren't doing any kind of like optimizations for them. And so we just made a script that will basically, you chuck it up on your meshes, and it just auto implements all the LODs. I came out of ads. Oh, welcome. What were you working on? What were you up to? But yeah, you just chuck it up on the array parent or the mesh parent, whatever it is, and then set it up, and it's pretty cool. So you have the array of meshes. You can change the margin, your distance, when the LOD ends, if you want it to fade out. And as you can see here, our level of detail is dropping as we go, and it's just changing the meshes that we have based on their visibility ranges. Super cool stuff. I do love LODs, yes, and it's that easy. It's that easy. So now we are set. We need to, I do need to change the LOD bias back to 1 on all of these. I think they're all there, it's just a base. Y'all. Boom. You hasn't built in, by the way, just saying. I'm working on a game where you make a little bot, kill some endless waves for some resources, and improve your bot. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I made the game in a day, then 2, then 4, now I'm making it in 8, and I'll keep going from there. That's awesome. That's cool. How much experience do you have with game dev? Boom. Or when did you start? Boom. And then boom. This one. And I don't like how it's doing that. This one's a weird one. Yeah, it's this specific shape that's messing up. And I think it's because they're off as well. But it's also something else. This one. Audio is glitching. Hopefully that's better. Godot should have it built in also, yep. Doing it yourself, you know exactly what you're getting into. That's true. I've been a professional dev in the studio ecosystem for the better part of a decade. Holy! A senior designer acting as team lead for a Sony studio. Woo! Which means my actual dev skills are wicked rusty. Can you try all of them without the fade? Yeah. Not your mic, only the music. Oh. That's weird. That's weird. Try all of them without the fade. So if we turn the fade off, okay, but then with a fade, working in Godot for about 2 weeks now. Been a fun ride. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I started about 2 years ago now, a little bit less. And then this is our first Steam release. First Steam release here, which is it's a multiplayer capture the flag game in space with physics-based grappling mechanics, power-ups, and a bunch of different hazards and stuff. Yeah. Boom. But the 2 years might be a little deceptive. It's more like over 2,000 hours, because I stream just about every day for 6 hours a day, sometimes more. So it might, like, it's not like 2 years casually. It's 2 years very uncasually. Oh, I thought you released your other game on Steam. Oh wait, that was Android. Yeah, the other game we released was on iOS. It was on iOS. Yeah. Heck yeah. How many folks are working with you? For this game, it's just Ika. And then we're all a big team here. So it's a lot of, like, all the learning I've done for game dev has been purely through Twitch. Purely through Twitch. Boom. It's people like Ironic coming in saying, hey, Kavino, you're doing everything wrong. You're an idiot. Do it this way instead. That's been super helpful. Oh, interesting. When I change the visibility, it's not actually doing it. I'd have to probably reload the scene. Yeah, I think I have to reload the scene. Boom. Pawns my You're an Idiot guy. It's definitely been invaluable. Oh, absolutely. Twitch chat is informative. Is that ever overwhelming? No. Yes and no. I would say mostly no. Mostly no. Okay, I think this one definitely has a scaling issue. Like, they are definite. Oh. Yeah, look at that. It's like chunking off the edge. But this one I can just turn the visibility range off, and I think that's fine. But yeah, I don't think it gets overwhelming. If anything, I enjoy it a lot more. I don't know, I like backseating a lot. I like getting the backseating. Yeah. I'm a firm believer that you can get way more done when you have a team of people as compared to not. Let us see that masterpiece in game. All right, let's see what it does for the FPS. As a reminder, we were at 20 FPS. 20 FPS on the large map. No, sorry, the large map was 12 FPS. Was 12. So let's go check it out. 12 FPS on a large map. Here we go. The moment of truth. Did all of this work? Was it all for naught? Did we get it done? Here we go. Here we go. It's mostly because of rigids. It wasn't 1 FPS. 2. From 12 to... There's no way that's real. From 12 to 94 FPS. It is still messing up a little bit on the fade-ins. For some of them. Some of them fade in weird. $119, $112. We went from 12 FPS to over 100. And Ika was trying to say it was the physics process. Crazy. It might run on a potato really now. Yeah, that's absurd. We just have a couple of the asteroids. I don't know what it is. It's only these asteroids where the hash stuff is working weird. That's very strange. On some of these, they do some weird fades. So we could just remove their fades. So I think it'd be... Whoa, that was a weird collision shape. Yeah, because it's probably okay if some of them just kind of blink in. I don't think you'd really notice. I don't think so. Maya, welcome in. Long time no see. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? No, I want Maya back. Oh, well, you're stuck here, JD. I'm sorry. It's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hello, hello. What were you working on? What were you doing? We're working on Astro Yoinkers right now, which is the #1 yoinking game in the universe. That's right. That's right. JD, thank you for the sub. Boom. Was working on a Game Boy emulator. That's sick. That's so cool. How are you? I'm doing great now because we just solved, our game was running on the largest map size, which is like over 250 rigid bodies. I think well over that. We are running at 12 FPS. We are now running at over 100. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good jump. But this is a multiplayer capture the flag game in space with grappling, physics-based grappling mechanics, power-ups, and a bunch of like hazards and stuff like that. Yeah. Love popping in time to time, see your progress. Looking nice as usual. Time to lock in on my stuff. Sounds good, Pawn. Sounds good. But yes, that's what we're doing. So if you guys like yoinking, if you like fun, I highly recommend wishlisting the game. We're going for 30,000 wish lists. That's our goal. 30,000 wish lists. The page just went live, what, a month and a half ago or so? Something like that? Yeah. It's so much of an improvement that I'll forget that time you pulled me in for a hug and sniffed my... JD, that never happened. That never happened. No, no, no. That never happened. Where are you at so far? Last time I checked, which was... what, last week or something? We were at 200. 200. Or a little over 200. But we also haven't even started marketing yet. So I think that's pretty good for not marketing whatsoever. I mean, besides Twitch, I guess. Besides Twitch, but we haven't begun the marketing stuff because we, a certain game dev needs to get on adding a gameplay trailer before he can release his bunch of YouTube shorts. Yeah. Pretty good for zero marketing. I think so too. It's not bad for not really doing anything. Yeah. Yep. But once we get that going, then we'll be cooking. We'll be cooking. Yeah. What did his ears smell like? Shame and regret and sandalwood. Listen, that never happened. That never happened. But what did happen is I did hear JD sing at a karaoke bar. I did hear that. And it was shockingly good. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting it to be pretty bad, honestly. If I'm being candid here. Boom. You push the update. I want to test the FPS. Oh, yeah. Wait for it. Boom. LOD. FPS equals better. Equals great. Yeah. Went from 12 FPS on large map to over 100. Oh, that's not 100. 100. Boom. Oh, there's a pull. Uh-oh. Oh, no! What is this? What is this? What is this? After you get your trailer, you will need stay-at-home dev to get you on his Gamesman Godot series. Yes, I did meet him actually at GodotCon Boston. I did meet him. He was pretty cool. Yes. Best yoinking game in the galaxy. It reminds me of that weird Cortana line in Halo. She'll just tell Master Chief to yank her on occasion. Gets me every time. All right, we need to figure out what these are. You can check the history. What did you do here? Resolve. These are import files. These we just delete. Howdy, Daniel Pancake. Howdy, JD. Do I use the new one? Is that from Origin? Yeah. Use modified from Origin. Use modified from Origin. And then we need to go into a notepad. And then boom. And then we need to do delete the head, I think it is. Crap, what was it again? Notepad. What year is it? 2026. All the cool kids use Notepad++. Notepad++. I swear. You just have to ask them. But everyone uses it. For sure. I forgot how to resolve these though. It was something about deleting some weird line. I pushed an update like 3 hours ago. That update 3 hours ago? No way. There's no way. It hasn't been that long. I forgot how to resolve. I think you need to delete this. It's deleting the tags and then merging it. Right, but what were the tags again? Are the tags the head? And then also these ID numbers? Oh God, if you don't know how to correct merge errors manually, you shouldn't be doing it in Notepad++. Listen, I'll learn, it's fine. Yes, okay. So we delete the head, boom. And then we delete the other head, boom. Do I delete this thing? And this thing? I don't remember. I think I do. We'll delete more heads. Because that's a tail, isn't it? Dude. Yes? Stop. What do you mean stop? And open that VS Code? It's fine, it's fine. I'm not familiar, but these equal signs are giddy, I suppose. They do seem that way. They do seem that way. No, it's not fine. Listen. I'm a professional game developer, okay? Oh. Wait. You're gonna break stuff? Will I? I see what's happening actually. Is this how what Ironic feels like every day? No. Ironic just feels pride and is like, whoa, Cavino, good job. You know? Ciao bellissimo, Irad. Ciao bellissimo. Oh. These are the changes. So I actually delete this. Boom. And then I delete this. Boom. I know what I'm doing. And then I go here. I delete this. Delete that. Then I come here. And delete this. Compress mode. I delete these two. Wait, params. These are the new ones. So I delete these ones. Boom. And then these are the new ones. So I delete these ones. Boom. Well, as much as I like watching a train wreck, I can't do this. There's a conflict, so duplication. You have to look at the changes. Right. We got this. I can't watch this. Guys, it's fine. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Conflict resolved. It's all good. It's all good. Look at that. Wait, it didn't. One conflict. What? What's the conflict now? There's no more conflicts. Oh, wait, I missed one. Right here. This one. Bam. Conflict resolved. There we go. There we go. Now we do it again. And then we just go delete this. Right? Wait, unless I deleted the wrong ones. No, I think the second one is the new one. Is the second one the new one? It kind of doesn't look that way now. Still streaming. Is this one of those 94-hour Cavino stream? No. No, we just made a really cool LOD tool. The head is the current. Okay, so I don't want that then. Cut off the head. Boom. And then cut off the head. Boom. Cut off the head. Boom. And cut off the head. There we go. Easy peasy. Merge conflicts. They're a joke. There we go. Same thing. Cut off the head. And then cut off the head. It's like skinning a cat. Or skinning a snake. Yeah. Or a fish. Yeah, like a fish. You cut off the head, cut off the tail, save it, bada bing, bada boom. There we go. I've been using VS Code, and still sometimes I solve merge conflicts the exact same way. See? See that? Oh goodness, using Notepad++ for merge conflicts, that's hardcore. Listen, the Captain Coder. If there's one thing you should have known by now, is that we are professional game developers here. That's what we do. We solve merge conflicts. Boom. Easy. Push. Oh. What does that mean? We'll need to reset their own local branch. Push it? All right, you say so. Push it. It's pushed. Do you need to get PETA involved? No. Why are you skinning cats? It's a saying. Push force. Yeah, we just force push. Bada bing, bada boom. And it's all good. It's all good. Look at that. Now we hit play. And it's gone. Imagine that. The entire game just... What you making? Joey, I just saw your message. I'm so sorry. We are... Wait. Okay, it wasn't that long ago. We're working on Astro Yoinkers right now, which is the #1 yoinking game in the universe. Boom. You can actually check it out and wishlist it over on Steam. Bam. It can be so scary. Yes. Yes, it can be. But as a professional game developer, I'm not scared of anything. So we're okay. It's all good. It's all good. Now let's go back. Whoop. Just get Claude to detect your project and repository for you in 9 minutes. I think that's what all the cool people do nowadays. Listen, we don't want that AI tag, okay? We don't want the AI tag on Steam. So we just don't touch AI. That's what we're doing. You definitely missed the word delete. Oh, I did. Can resolve me merging into society, or do I have to become a game dev now? You have to become a game dev, unfortunately, or fortunately. Look at that. Boom. Beautiful. Oh. Okay, so we just need to fix the LOD on these guys. Oh, you see how it's how the grapple's flicking? That's because we changed the tick rate down to 20. If I remember right. I think that's why. Yeah. Whoa, what the? I think I need to increase the tick rate again. But that might drop our FPS. We're at 95 right now. And then I have to fix these guys. Okay. Let's see. Close that. And then we go. But you can resolve merge conflicts so easily. I mean, everyone can. Which one was it? I think it was this guy. Yep, it's this one. So if we go to our brand new LOD tool here. Can you resolve my conflicts? Of course I can. We need to fix how this is working. What if I just disable it? Boom, and then reload. By the way, still impressed by the update you made? Which update? The bank told me they were gonna break my kneecaps if I cannot resolve them. Oh, those kind of conflicts. Merge some money into my bank. I totally would, but looking at my bank account currently, it's it's closer to 0. Yeah. Am I the only one hearing artifacts and music? Are you hearing that too? That wasn't just you. It was happening earlier. Let me see. Well, oh my gosh, my tools are not working here. Boom. And then let's try that. Maybe? Yeah. It's a tough economy. That's true. I knew I shouldn't have bought that Lambo. Whoa. We mean bought the Lambo. Were you preparing for us to get the Lambo redeem? Is that what I'm hearing? The Captain Coder preparing for our Lambo redeem? Woo! For those who don't know, on the Captain Coder's channel, we are combining all of our points to make internet history. That's right. Internet history. We're going to redeem the Lambo redeem. It's only 10 million points. And I say only because we are currently #1 in the world, in the universe, in the Captain Coder points at a nice, cool 1 million. Yep. Boom. There we go. All right, let's see. Can you please make history in my Steam profile, Mr. Camino? I most certainly could. Actually, you could make the history yourself. All you have to do is once Astro Yoinkers launches, you can go ahead, get the game, and be one of the first people to ever get an achievement. Yep. You can do that. All right, let's go. I want to see the FPS on a small map. So the large map is where we're getting 100. So we should be getting like 150, 200. Maybe. Yoink your way up to fame. Yes. Oh, that one's... I think I want to change the tick rate. We're actually only at 120. Oh, it's capped at 120. That's right. I forgot. We capped the FPS at 120. Because we're professionals. Okay. I'm going to try... Let's mess with the tick rate and see if that does anything. Try capturing gets laggy. No, so the lag that you're seeing there is purely just because a whoa, there we go, that was weird. That one I can fix really easily. So wait, if it's this one, yep, it's only gonna lag on the first time, and that is it shouldn't lag the second time. Let's just double check. That's because we're not preloading the little animation thing. Wait for it. Oh, it still does. Okay, so we just need to preload it then. And this is not Sammy approved music. There we go. I have 120 cap, but in game it shows 60. Interesting. Some of them are looking like floating turrets. Interesting. You're gonna have to bring that up with Yika there. Buy me a game equals leave a funny profile comment. I call it a deal. Buy you a game. Well, Daniel Pancake, listen. If you save your points on the leaderboard, save your points on the leaderboard over here. And what you can do is, wait for it. Once Astro Yoinkers goes live, we're going to be taking, wait for it. We're going to be hosting raffles over here under the raffle section. We're going to be hosting a raffle for Astro Yoinker keys. So what you can do is use your points to enter the raffle and get a chance to win your very own Astro Yoinkers key. Heck, maybe you could win 2, maybe 3. You never know. Is it hertz based? Because my monitor is indeed 60s. Yes, it will cap it at that. If your monitor is 60 hertz, then it's going to cap it at 60. No, I mean, I myself buy a game. Oh, you could do that too. Why does this site look vibe coded? That's because it was. purely was. Boom. Boom. But it's cool. There we go. Yes. All right. Boop. Boom. And we have to go to the base. Yep, flag base. And right here, the capture VFX. You should see this transition screen I made 2 weeks ago. Go, Kavino. Oh, yeah. Transition. Yeah. Show them the transition screen. Yeah, let me, it's lagging a little bit. Hang on. Let me, quickly, desktop. And, where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. It's not working at the moment. We're gonna have, it's, computer glitches, lag, yeah. You're breaking up, you get, I'm about to crash you. It's on my list. It's on my list of things to do. Look, hang on, wait. I have a list on my phone right here. Make sure I can actually show these. Yes. This is currently my to-do. Wait. There we go. This is currently my list of things that I need to add to my to-do list, which is quite large. All right, so this guy. What I need to do here, it's literally 2 clicks. I'm aware, but it's a lot. A to-do list for your to-do list? Yes. I have a to-do list for my to-do list. It is, well, here's the system. It works for me. I use Todoist, and that's for like my quick capture. So that's like when I'm streaming or something, or like let's say I'm outside touching grass, and it's like, oh, I need to do something. Just pull out my phone, boop, add it, done. And then at the end of every week, I go to my big to-do list, and that's on Notion. I use Notion for that. And then I just bloop, add them in with all the priorities, because I organize by priority, by date, and then by type. So if it's like a personal thing, so if it's like a Kavino task that needs to be done, if it's an FFS task, that kind of stuff. Kavino touches grass? Yeah, I do. I'm healthy sometimes, potentially. I've been trying to touch grass more and more. It's mostly because when I went to my 10-year high school reunion recently, and the first thing that everybody said was, "Oh, Kavino, you look so gross. You're so pale." And I went, "Oh, yeah, the game dev will do that to you." And so, yeah. I've been trying to go outside more, get a little tan, That's not it. That's it. There it is. Look at it. Right. Boom. It's an anvil. Super cool. Beautiful. I love the transition screen. I just need to implement it. Yeah. Not relatable. I never touch grass. What is grass? Never heard about no grass. I've been using Miro. Really liking it. It's a giant all-in-one board. I've seen Miro. I wanted something that I could easily use on my phone as well. Because if I'm like out and about and working, and I also have a tablet that I use, and Miro wasn't working as well for me on that. So I kind of went to Notion, because I started using Notion for all of our stuff here, for like our to-do list, our bug tracker, all of that. And so that's what I've been doing. Can you make an example of a Kavino task? Let me see if I can find one. There's some short ideas. That's more. No, that's more business too. That's more stream related. Where is a Kavino task? Oh, this is kind of a Kavino task. Someone told me, one of my friends told me about a social media course to take to learn a little bit more. So that's one, because it's a learning thing. Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Read a book called Theory of Fun. There we go. It's another Cavino task. So Cavino tasks collide with FFS tasks? Yes. I mean, if you want to know the things that Cavino does, I do game dev. I stay up to date on One Piece. And I started gaming, hiking, or just outdoor stuff. There is no Only Forge. No. Don't be gross. No. No. We don't even have a command for that. Nope. Got Titan tracking working, but I need to figure out the math for rockets. Oof. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do. This is me. Boom. There we go. All right. Where was I? I was doing a thing. Oh yeah, I was doing this. So the capture VFX needs to load more. Also, Pregorley, you never said hi to me. What the heck? Yeah, you said hi to everyone else. You come in and you never said hi to me. I see how it is. How am I gonna make this load faster? It could just be the animation. Make me an emote? Me? Make you an emote? I think you got things backwards. Ika, I do not have the artistic capabilities to do so. Hi, Cavino. Hello, Pogorley. How are you doing? Let's see. Capture VFX. Is this because it's an animation player that it's running slow? I can't imagine. I can't imagine that being the case. So what would be a better alternative? Wait, master? Master? What? No, I mean, give me permission on 7TV to add emotes to your channel. Oh, yes. Once I figure out how to do that, for sure. I got you. For sure. All right, let's see. Animation player. We got the synchronizer that synchronizes the animation. Y'all about to enjoy this stream way more? Oh God. Based off of after he gives me permission for emotes. I'm terrified. Do I just have to like run the animation one time? Maybe. Maybe I have to run it. Let's see. It lagged for on the second one as well. Yeah, which is weird. Very weird that it did that. I'm not quite sure why. It didn't lag before though. So what if we do on ready, we just run it one time. Is there an NSFW switch I can enable? Something that could blur the stuff that will appear on the screen? No, this is a very safe for work channel. Very safe for work. Yeah, I try not to swear on stream. You know, we keep it PG. Something like that. Let's see. Boom. Or at least I do. Some of these other folks, you talk to them in chat and they got their heads in the gutter. Ugh, gross. I suspect it's the capturing lag, not the animation. Whoa. What the heck happened here? Okay, let's not do that. Expect it's the capturing that lags and not the animation. No, it's the animation for sure. For sure. Because we used to capture without the animation. Comment out the thing. Okay, I can do that. Wait. I just want to make sure. Yeah, what the heck is going on here? What? What just happened? Huh? That's weird. Oh. Could not resolve track. Cylinder surface material override. Shader. Looks fine there, but it can't resolve it. Huh? That seems fine. Yeah, so let me turn off the animation to check if that was what was causing it. Oh, the reset couldn't resolve the track. Interesting. Huh. Maybe because the conflicts you resolved? Nah, the conflicts had nothing to do with this. And it was working the first time we just tried it. Private. Boom. Because the conflicts were with the asteroids. Yeah, it's still giving a thing here. I'll just reload the project to see what happens. That's so strange. Whoop. Whoop. Woo. Oh, I missed. Woo. Whoop. Come here. There we go. Hold up. There's no way. There's no way. Why? Did that just blame my animation? Well, I mean, listen, Nick. The first time you blamed my programming skills. I called to reposition. So it must be a imports. Those are UIDs. Let's reload. Can the screen in the lobby run Doom? It could. Maybe. What up, Munglo? Potentially. Loading. Loading. Now let's try it. Yeah. The surface override. That's so strange. Why is it doing this? It's like one of those like random Godot bugs. Dare I say. Dare I say. You know, look at that. What the heck? Whoa. Oh, try capturing. Was playing more with the grapple stuff today, dropping best result of a rope in your Discord. Oh. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, Mungla, if you want some professional grappling advice, you know, I can you know, hit you up with some Hook's Law and stuff. Yeah. What up, Sir Aaron? How you doing? All right, let's see here. There's a typo. Visuals. Oh, is there? Was there? I didn't even notice. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I clicked on something and added a letter. And boop. Oh, interesting. It was, what was it? Capture VFX couldn't resolve. I'm Italian. Soy Italiano as well. Ciao. Ciao, bellissimo, mi amico. Oh. Ah, that's the mesh. Material. That seems fine. That seems fine. This one's white. But I think that's fine. So if Cavino exists, Cavone should exist too, right? Maybe. Yeah, that looks right. So capture VFX and reset. Cavino knows how to speak Italian. He once said bellissimo. Yes, I did. Bellissimo. Weird. The worst Italian accent I've ever heard. That was my I took Spanish in high school, and I was in, get this, I was in AP Spanish 5. I was one of 2 students, and I somehow made it there, and I had 0 accent. I was actually picking up a Southern accent, and so every time we had to speak Spanish, I would go, hola, me llamo Cavino. E2? It was really bad. Really, really bad. Say what? We better stop here or it'll happen. The same thing will happen with Conrad. He'll end up teaching him blasphemies. Yeah, see, I know them all already. So we're good. We're good. Something's not right, and I think it's this. On the cylinder 1. Oh. Don't do that. Maybe? To just like randomly drop it. Host, private. I think we're good. I think so. 3, 2, 1. Please work. Please be okay. Please. Pretty please. What up, bunny? And it didn't work. Nuts. Appreciate the lurk, bunny. It's broken. It's all broken. Everything is broken. Just discard changes and fetch. Did I make any changes before? I guess I didn't, did I? That was a lot. Looks like it's like the shader or something. Very strange. Very, very strange. Let's try it now. Loading. Host. Private. Thank you for playtesting. You're welcome. And then we go in. 3, 2, 1. There we go. So weird. So weird. I don't know why it was doing that. No idea. But I think this is a killer place to call it because I am starving. Absolutely starving. So, alrighty folks, we are calling it here today. We got a lot done. We got the LOD. We got the first optimization pass going. And now the game's running pretty smooth. It's running pretty smooth. We are gonna run into some networking issues. I'm in the kitchen. I've got pizza for you. Oh, thank you so much, Percorley. I've been wanting pizza actually. Like I've been in the mood for pizza. I will catch you all tomorrow. Spam the emotes if you got them. Raid message is gonna be boom, boom, boom. Get yoinked. If you don't have any of the emotes, you can just say get yoinked. But be sure to show up big and strong for Boolean. I'll catch you all tomorrow. And tomorrow we're gonna be working on and finishing playtest version 0.0.007. That's what we're gonna do. Adios. Wait 3 seconds. 2, 1. Beep. Oh, 1 sec, YouTube and kick. YouTube and kick. Boom.